And we're back from a little bit of a hiatus there. Like 1 week hiatus? It felt
Yeah.
longer than that. We did a lot in that week. We just got back from a bachelor party.
Yes.
That's why no pod last week. But this
Nope.
week we got a big one. And so that probably means there will be no podcast next week because I will be recovering from this podcast on a beach in Florida. So
There we go.
you'll not be hearing from me for at least 2 weeks. So if Logan wants to put out his own solo podcast, I'll leave that discretion up to him.
Oh, okay.
But I doubt he'll do that.
Yeah.
Probably not.
No.
No.
Find me on our Facebook for some written articles about wrestling in Detroit.
Yeah, you have a lot of time to pump those out.
Yep.
As you can hear, Logan's pop back there.
Yep.
I think she knows what we're about to talk about.
Yeah. She does. She always looks away when we're watching Over the Edge and Owen fell.
Yep. That's what we're gonna try to tackle this week. It's Over the Edge, 1999, 25 years later.
It's crazy that it's crazy that it's 25 years, but it's also crazy that it's only been 25 years.
Yeah, we were what, 3 years old when this happened, so it's not
Yes.
something in our minds, so it feels a lot longer than that. But it was kind of around the time where we would, at least for me personally, like 2 years after this was when I would really start getting into wrestling.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm kind of putting this out as a kind of a spiritual successor to our Montreal Screwjob podcast, which is also titled, I think it's called Montreal 25 Years Later.
Yes.
So that'll be linked in the description. You don't have to listen to that one first or anything. But the themes kind of carry on from that one to this one. Actually, if you want to put time into perspective, say this is back in 25 years ago, we did the Bret Hart episode and released it the same month the Screwjob happened. And then now we're doing it the same month that Over the Edge 1999 happened. So now the same amount of time has passed from the Screwjob to...
Wow.
So if you kind of want to contextualize that in your head now of when we recorded that, like, it seems like a little while ago, but actually in reality it was not that long ago. It was only about a year and a half.
Yeah, both of these events are huge in not only the WWF landscape, but the wrestling landscape as a whole. And they're not really talked about as being so close in age. It's kind of like that weird... I don't know if your history teacher always flaunted this fact, but if Anne Frank would have lived, she would have been the same age as Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
It's kind of that thing where you don't picture the Screwjob and Owen almost in the same universe, even though they both involve a heart. It just seems like two different time periods.
Yeah, well, the WWF at the time was so drastically different in that year and a half.
Yeah.
Like The Rock and Stone Cold were megastars, bona fide stars at this point. But when the Screwjob happened, not so much. The Rock the Stone Cold, the writing was on the wall for him. He was about to win the title at Mania that year. But yeah, it's kind of. We'll just throw this out here right now. Any jokes, any laughs that we have is meant as no disrespect to Owen or his family. That's just how we handle things, especially a sensitive topic like this.
Yes.
I think it'd be disingenuous if we came on here and pretended to be like a serious podcast, because we've never been. This has never been a serious podcast, really. like the most serious episode we did on Benoit, we,
Mm.
we had a lot of jokes in that one. So I apologize ahead of time if anything we say in here offends you in any way. That's not our point. But back to the subject at hand here. Yeah, you talk about how Montreal and Over the Edge '99 was so pivotal in wrestling and WF. You can point to these two things, and what happens between them, and then shortly after this is kind of like the downfall of the Hart family.
Oh yeah,
Like
100%.
especially because Montreal it was a Brett thing. Like I don't want obviously the Brett, it was something very important.
Yes.
Like in the grand streams of real life, it wasn't really that serious. But this is life and death. Somebody has
Literally.
died, and as I do personally, before we cover like a certain topic as big as this, I turn to one of our favorite podcasts where I draw a lot of inspiration from, and that's the Laps Fan. They're linked in our Spotify actually, along with Windley as our other podcasts to check out that we recommend. So go check them out, and they did an episode on this and Montreal and stuff like that. The way they put it, which is really interesting, is how I'm going to try and frame this as well.
Okay.
Is if you want to talk about Owen Hart and Over the Edge 1999, you have to take sides. There's two sides to this. There's the side where this was just an accident. WWF and Vince McMahon are not liable to anything, and then there's the side that this was malicious.
Okay.
We're gonna try our best here to provide every angle here. We have a couple of books here from the Internet Archive that we're gonna look at. Martha Hart's book, Broken Hearts: The Life and Death of Owen Hart. We have one of our favorite books, Under the Mat: Inside Wrestling Greatest Family by Hannah Hart Smith.
Pulitzer Prize.
Amazing, well-researched book. And then we'll read a little bit from Bruce Hart's perspective, Straight from the Heart, published in 2011.
Okay.
And then I had the hardest time, but I did track down a copy of Hitman Bret Hart, My Real Life in the Cartoon World of Wrestling. So there's a couple sources we're going to come through. I did have Mick Foley's book ready, and I had Jim Ross's book as well. Try to get like the boys' perspective.
Yeah.
Jim Ross, we can get those guys out of the way now.
Okay.
Jim Ross kind of just retells the story of what we're going to listen to here shortly, of him making the announcement on air. Let me see if I can find it. Of him making the announcement on air that Owen has died.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty short. The most notable thing, which he says in all of his shoot interviews, that when Owen was taken from the ring, wheeled back on a stretcher, King and I were both numb. Everyone was. The show kept going. Matches happened. The show was a runaway train. King and I were on an island by ourselves. No one was talking. Neither of us knew what was happening. It was all a slow motion blur until about an hour after Owen's fall. I heard a voice of producer in my headset. Kevin Dunn. JR, we're going to come back to you and have you give an update on Owen. I pressed my callback button so I could reply, Kevin, I don't know what the update is. He replied in a calm voice, Owen has died. And we're back in 10, 9, 8. And then he goes on and reads his transcript of what we're going to listen to here in a little bit from Over the Edge 1999. He kind of goes on, after the show, he met with wrestlers backstage and tried to be a shoulder for them to cry on or to yell at. So whatever they needed. And then he went back to his hotel and called his wife, his now late wife, which I believe in this book was released right after she died, I believe, under the black hat.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of it, I haven't finished it all, but I believe there's a lot of references to her in it. He went and he said how glad he was to have her, had somebody a shoulder to cry on or whatever, and he just wanted to go home to her. Mick Foley, kind of the same thing. He talked about how I thought he would have more of an insight on the funeral.
Yeah.
But he did not. He just said that he went there.
Okay.
He was in the middle of writing his first book during the time Over the Edge came out. And that he was backstage somewhere reading it, or writing it. And then Pat Patterson came in, told him that Owen has fell, and he was hysterical. And then he ran and called his family, and Noel didn't understand what he was saying. He kept saying, "Where is he, Daddy?" And Mick would say, "Well, Owen's in heaven now. Owen's in heaven now. He's with the angels." So that's at least all I could really find. These from two people I thought would have some sort of different knowledge. But other than that, we're gonna hear from the Harts, and I think there's no better place to start than with "Broken Hearts" by Martha Hart. Martha, she's kind of become a little bit more well known here in the wrestling fandom, at least for more casual fans, with the Owen Hart Cup in AEW, her being part of that, and the Dark Side of Ring episode, which she had a heavy hand in producing and making sure her story got out. But before we get into that, as we know on Over the Edge, it's not Owen Hart that's fighting the Godfather. It is a character that Owen Hart went by, and that is the Blue Blazer. For those of you that don't know Blue Blazer, he was a character that Owen has done before. Isn't that correct, Logan?
Yeah. So, he was the Blue Blazer, but he first was into wrestling. This is another reason that people do the him and Benoit comparisons, because of course Benoit's Black Pegasus, then you've got him as Blue Blazer, and it was just. He looks like a bird. His capes are on his hands. He can stretch out through like wings. But anyway, come to the Attitude Era. Bret Hart, of course, leaves because the screw job. Owen's the last Hart there. Supposedly he was promised this big push. Didn't happen. He wanted to leave because he didn't like where the Attitude Era was going with nudity, swearing, violence. So then he took this character and he made him like a wholesome, like, drink your milk, take your vitamins kind of person. Which is why we get to this match itself, because he's facing the most vile, a pimp.
Yeah, and I think she, if I remember correctly, it's been a minute since I read this part of her book.
Okay.
I believe she kind of gets into it. I know she did in the Dark Side of the Ring. The reason he went back to the Blue Blazer, like you said, it was more of a comedy gimmick because Vince Russo was writing the show at the time. We should point out.
Yeah.
And they kept coming to him with all these like suggestions. I think one of them, the more famous one that she says, is that they want to do an affair angle where Owen was cheating on Martha with Sable, I believe it was.
Yeah, there's also the one where Deborah was cheating on Jeff Jarrett with Owen.
Yeah, it might have been Deborah. I might have mixed Deborah and Sable up. It might have been Deborah. You're right. But yeah, so he's I guess he was constantly turning stuff like this down, and I know pre-reading some of the other ones we get to, is something that Brett says to one of the family members here, was that he had no choice. He kept turning it down. He was gonna get fired. He can't be turned on everything. He had to go up there. But if I was there, it wouldn't happen. Whatever. Anyway, let's get into it. Let's go through what happened at Over the Edge for those of you that don't know. to my opinion, this is the most complete and detailed recollection of Owen Hart's fall, which comes from obviously his wife.
Okay.
She says, writing this book has been an emotional experience and has forced me to relive the horror surrounding Owen's death on a daily basis. Having spent more than a year and a half painstakingly collecting information about what happened that fateful night in Kansas City, I'm satisfied I can accurately relay the events surrounding his fall. Days after laying him to rest, I even went as far as to stand high atop Kemper Arena on the catwalk from which Owen took his final step. Based on all accounts, reports, and research compiled by my lawyers, myself, police, witnesses, and various other sources, and with the help of periodicals and videos, I have pieced together what I believe happened on the last day of Owen's life. Now, Logan, feel free. I know last time we did one of these podcasts where I read a lot. Feel free to jump in still. I know some haters out there, a couple of them. Did not like.
No, they didn't like my comments.
They don't like the yapper, the peanut gallery over there. But I enjoy it. I tell them, put some respect in Logan's name.
Yeah, put some respect on it.
Put some respect in his fucking name. If you got a problem, it's on fucking site, bro. All right. Don't want a little insider knowledge. I don't know. Anyway. Be serious. This is going to be a serious podcast. We're only 15 minutes in. Already making jokes. Arriving at Kansas City International Airport shortly after 10:30 a.m. on Sunday, May 23rd, Owen was picked up by a fan, Trey Lindstrom, as was the drill whenever the WWF stormed through Missouri. Owen befriended various fans in various cities, while many wrestlers scoffed at the notion of getting involved with their fans on a personal level. You told me before not to misspeak. Because that was a lot of the comments on the last one, too. I think I've already messed up like 3 sentences.
That's okay.
It's all right. Old habits die hard. After checking Owen into his hotel, the two arrived at Kemper Arena at lunchtime on a beautiful sunny day, dubbed Mid-America's premier venue for concerts, sporting events, touring shows, and national conventions. The 19,500-seater facility was located in the heart of Kansas City's stockyards. It was there cattlemen from across the Midwest used to gather at the Kansas City Stock Exchange, building to buy and sell cattle for slaughter. It seemed an appropriate place for the WWF to frequent, given the way Vince McMahon has treated his beefy talent like cattle over the years. As he was overheard saying on numerous occasions, talent can be replaced.
Oh, boy.
I don't think there's an agenda in this book, Logan. What do you think?
Nope.
No, I don't think so. Eating lunch at Kemper 6 hours before showtime, the two were approached by Bobby Talbert, a rigger out of Orlando, Florida, hired by the WWF to coordinate the stunt that would lower Owen into the ring from the rafters. After introducing himself to Owen, Talbert boasted that he was the one who had overseen the exact same stunt several times with Sting, the wrestler from the rival World Championship Wrestling loop. Alluding to the fact Vince McMahon was unhappy with the speed and fumbling that occurred with a somewhat similar drop-in entrance made by Owen in St. Louis 6 months earlier, Talbert said the addition of a quick-release snap shackle would make all the difference in the world. Once he was lowered to the canvas, Owen would simply have to tug lightly on a release cord that would disengage the rappelling line from his harness. Within a split second, he would be free to move around the ring. Having spent the morning rigging up the elaborate setup of racks and rope in the rafters of the arena with 2 city riggers and his assistant Matt Allman, Talbot had allegedly already ran 2 clean tests of the system. The first was done with a 250-pound sandbag, the second with Allman strapped into the harness. It's unclear to this day whether those tests were run with a quick-release snap shackle to be used with Owen or a locking carabiner, which is the industry's safety standard. Either way, Talbot was very lucky, and both descendants were, I think I'm supposed to say lucky, was very lucky, and both These scents were made cleanly and efficiently, while he manually controlled the pressure applied to the nylon repelling rope as it ran through the rescue rack. Everything seemed fine to Talbert, so it was time for a dry run with Owen in the harness. Owen politely declined. "I've done it before, it's no big deal," shrugged Owen, continuing to eat his lunch. Extremely uncomfortable with the vertical drop and the heights involved, Owen simply did not want to subject himself to more terrifying experiences than he absolutely had to. In one of his 2 previous high-level stunts, he told me he almost fell, compounding his fears. He hated every minute of these stunts, whether it was for rehearsal or the real thing. If at all possible, he wanted to limit the number of descents he'd have to endure. Talbot sensed Owen wasn't being cocky about it. He just seemed disinterested in rehearsing. Informed it was a different setup than he had ever used before, Owen was urged again by Talbot to familiarize himself with the equipment. As well, they had never worked together, so it was in everybody's best interest for them to go over everything first. Steve Taylor, the WWF's VP of Event Operations, got involved in the conversation, asking again Owen to try the entrance at least once before showtime. After all, tonight was the night Owen's Blue Blazer character was to win the Intercontinental title over a colorful, pimp-like character named The Godfather. Asked earlier in the week for his jacket measurements and informed him he'd be making an aerial entrance, Owen had been assured by the WWF that top rigging experts from Los Angeles had been hired to ensure the stunt was done safely. Still, it was no secret Owen did not want to do the stunt. He wondered aloud on several occasions why he couldn't just stick to wrestling and the interviews. However, having argued with scriptwriters so often of late over his insistence on being excluded from lurid storylines, he felt he could ill afford to continue butting heads with the WWF brass much longer. Despite his stature on the talent roster, where it was inherent job risk every time you begged off a storyline or stunt, everyone knew it. He didn't want to lose his job, so he said nothing to anyone of consequence. What added to Owen's discomfort, though, were plans to have him descend to the ring with a midget wrestler named Max Mini attached to his harness. As part of the spoof, the midget would be wearing an identical Blue Blazer outfit. Can you imagine that, if they went through with this?
Max Mini.
Yeah.
Ugh. What a
Owen
nostalgia pop.
Owen made it clear that at that point he didn't want anything to do with the added responsibility of a second stuntman dangling from his belt line. "I've got enough to worry about myself getting into the ring and undoing myself," he said. Although the officials had plans to continue with the double drop in, Owen figured that the point the issue has been dropped. He was wrong. Owen's motive for begging out of the rehearsal had much to do with inconvenience as fear. Acutely aware of how incredibly disorganized and rushed rehearsals typically were the day of an event, he did not want to waste time waiting around for people to get their act together. However, feeling pressured to appease the powers that be, he reluctantly agreed to rehearse the aerial entrance at 2 p.m., when he had said he returned from his workout. 2 o'clock came and went, and there was no sign of Owen. Extremely organized and generally quite prompt, Owen simply hoped his deliberate and extended absence would ensure he could opt out of the rehearsal. As time ticked away, several WWF officials began asking around for Owen, anxious to see how the stunt speed would translate on television monitors. As Talbot, Elman, and several others waited around for Owen, unsure whether he might grace them with his presence, the call was made to scrap the evening's plans to include the midget in the stunt. Decided time was getting desperately short and things would be too chaotic to try dropping them both in at the same time. Complicated matters was the fact that Max Mini did not speak English. He required the help of a translator to help explain the particulars of the stunt and the danger involved if he were to pull his release cord too early. Decided that they tried the dual drop the next night in St. Louis.
So regardless, it sounds like there's probably going to be a death involving a harness.
Well, especially if this one worked out. But it still wasn't fast enough for the powers that be's liking. Who knows? As Talbot would later say, called an act of God, Owen's deliberate stall tactics wound up saving Max Mini's life.
Good.
Upon Owen's return to the arena at 3:30 p.m., he tried again to pass off rehearsal, saying, "Oh, I'll be all right." It didn't work. Climbing to the rafters mere feet below the 85-foot-high roof, Owen white-knuckled his way along a steel-grated catwalk that was ill-designed for pedestrians. High atop the southwest corner of the ring, he stood on the catwalk with Talbot staring down at the large scoreboard below that he'd soon slide past on his way to the ring. As he assembled his harness, Talbot later claimed to have briefed Owen on the importance of not touching the quick-release cord before landing in the ring. As long as you don't put your hands on this, nothing's going to happen. When you get to the floor, you grab it, give it a deliberate pull upwards so it gives me a visual cue to pull the rope back up. Despite having difficulty in trying to keep his cape from interfering with his arm movement, the test went relatively well. However, upon landing, Owen forgot to pull the release cord, prompting several WWF officials to scream and yell at him as he moved around the ring with the rope still attached to him. Asked if he wanted to try it a second time, the answer was a quick, "No, I got it." Like most wrestling pay-per-views, action in the ring began long before the show was broadcasted to the masses. During one of the preliminary warm-up matches, Vince McMahon was mugged by a group of wrestlers dubbing themselves the Corporate Ministry and led by Vince's son Shane McMahon. You know, one thing I love about these books, I hope we get more of them in the other ones, is like people not directly involved in the business, like explaining things happening in wrestling. Because, you know, like, I know like it has obviously had to have happened, like a non-wrestling fan reading this book at some point. I just like I have that thought in my head of this man getting mugged by a group of wrestlers called the Corporate Ministry. In an effort to prevent him from being a special guest referee later that night, one of the wrestlers smashed a steel chair over Vince's leg. The crowd went wild. To play up the seriousness of the staged injury, the WWF has requested in advance the use of an ambulance and 2 paramedics for a segment showing McMahon being treated and transported out of the arena to the hospital. Records showed the WWF had never before asked the Metropolitan Ambulance Services Trust to attend the Kansas City shows. It simply wasn't necessary, as wrestlers were rarely hurt seriously in the ring. As early matches progressed, Owen sat in the bowels of the arena, changing into his blue blazer singlet and electric blue tights. He laced up his patent blue and white wrestling boots and prepared for his match. Early in the evening, he had picked up a vest to wear for the stunt and angrily hurled it across the dressing room in frustration. Several wrestlers saw this rare display of emotion and discussed with him how much he hated the idea of the stunt. He was worried about the new setup, as well as the fact the cape kept getting in his way. Some tried joking with him to ease his fears, but Owen wasn't responding to it in his typically lighthearted way. He appeared gravely concerned. However, being the consummate professional he was, he hyped himself up for a backstage interview to be aired later in the show. It went well. At 7 p.m., the Over the Edge pay-per-view show opened appropriately with The Undertaker. Featured in an eerie graveyard segment, he promised, "Tonight, darkness will seize the land. Destroy all you hold dear." The death and destruction theme would continue to play through the night. Amidst a show of pyrotechnics, wrestlers Kane and X-Pac entered to the ring to defend their tag team championship belts against Sexual Chocolate and D'Lo Brown. Hey, we got Mark Henry to sign a Sexual Chocolate belt, didn't we?
We actually, we've met all 4 competitors in this match.
And we met the person Owen was supposed to face that night too.
Yeah, a lot of connections. I wonder how many people in this pay-per-view we've met. A lot of PWP connections to Over the Edge.
Well, here's one more. Noticeably quiet as he made final preparations, Owen paced back and forth, prompting longtime colleague Dustin Runnels, a.k.a. Goldust, to ask if he was nervous. Owen admitted before Runnels assured him, "It'll be all right." Thanks, Goldust.
Yeah.
Wonder if he had to take a phone call before he... Yeah. Had to give him that advice.
Yeah.
Owen placed his cape and mask into a duffel bag to help conceal his identity for the walk through the crowd to the rafters. He put on a prison-like coveralls and wore a baseball cap pulled down over his face. Leaving his dressing room with the bag slung over his shoulder, Owen bumped into former wrestler Harley Race.
Wow.
Told by Owen he was very uncomfortable with the upcoming stunt, Race tried to put him at ease by joking, "Be careful that rope doesn't break."
Jesus.
Harley's wife, BJ, offered up a hug to comfort him and asked if he felt better. "The only thing that makes me feel better is your cooking," said Owen. Owen proceeded down the hall to an elevator that took him from the basement of the arena to the main concourse. Walking briskly past hundreds of wrestling fans, he stared towards the ground of the gray brick concourse, hoping to remain anonymous as he headed for section 221. He hurried up several flights of stairs to the last row of the nosebleeds in the building, then he climbed a rickety wooden ladder to the catwalk. The catwalk obviously wasn't designed for heavy traffic. At first, Owen had to negotiate slowly around a floor beam as well as a series of beams overhead. Holding tightly to the railing on either side of the narrow catwalk, he then took a right-hand turn and white-knuckled it 30 feet past a series of light standards that would fully illuminate the building upon his spectacular entrance. His careful steps along the narrow catwalk were further complicated by the dozens of plugs sticking out of electrical sockets, the fact he had his bag in tow, and his size 9.5 wrestling boots. Still, he continued his path towards the center of the arena's roof, careful not to look down at the sea of blue seats and patrons below, whose movement had a dizzying effect on Owen when he had peeked down in his few previous stunts. He made a left turn back towards the center of the arena. Now at the center point of the arena's catwalk system, he turned towards the massive scoreboard that hung well below him. He climbed under an electrical pipe in a slight incline over a structure beam. The final stretch was particularly tough to negotiate due to the more than 100 feet of black nylon repelling rope placed all along the graded floor. It was the same rope Owen would soon attach himself to. It was there, just south of the center of the arena, that he was greeted by Talbot at 7:10 p.m., half an hour before the stunt was to occur. Having said that he worked in the stunt business for 7 years, Talbot was hired by the WWF as an independent contractor to design and set up the riggings for Owen's descent. Described himself as a stunt coordinator and a special rigger for the Universal Studios in Florida, Talbot landed this job, his first with the WWF, based largely on the fact that he told the WWF he had 2 years of experience setting up the stunt for Sting. Given the fact that Owen's stunt was meant to be a parody of WCW's silly entrances, who better to hire than Talbot, who had originally executed the stunt for them? However, we later found out he was merely an assistant to Sting's stunt coordinator. A trusting soul who grew up in a house that never had the doors locked, Owen never questioned Talbot's abilities or qualifications. And why would he? After all, he was working for a billion-dollar company that had assured him the best in the business had been hired to rig him. Despite meeting early in the day for a dry run, Talbot went over the stunt once more while Owen took off his coveralls and baseball cap. The only other men on the catwalk were city riggers James Williams and Jim Vinzant from Local 31 of the Teamsters. Early in the day, they had assembled various span sets and brittles in the arena ceiling as part of the rigging setup laid out by Talbot. During the show, their job was to simply monitor the stunt. Matt Elliman was positioned ringside. The railings and the floor surrounding them had been covered by a black cloth to conceal them as they prepared for the entrance. The second match of the night was a hardcore title fight showdown between Hardcore Holly and Al Snow, who typically
another.
Typically, who enters the ring holding a severed head of a woman featuring the words "Help me" scrawled backwards across her forehead. A prime example of how tasteless and insensitive the WWF have become.
But that, not trying to nitpick because it's not about the story. But even Al Snow says that it's just a random head, and it's supposed to be his psyche, like, talking to him. It's not like he decapitated a woman.
Hey, this is Martha's telling of what happened, right?
Yeah, that sounds more like a Terry Bollea telling.
I'm surprised. Hogan is a chronic liar.
I'm surprised he hasn't talked about the funeral yet.
I'm surprised he hasn't come up with a lie like that. That he was somehow here in the arena when it happened. He was like, "Oh, brother, I wouldn't do that if I were you." I'm surprised I am honestly surprised he has not said something like that. Well, brother. I told Owen, dude. At least Harley. I feel like that Harley race quote's real. Because how do you make that up? Because if Terry Bollea said that, I would not believe it. I told him, make sure that rope don't break, brother. In these matches, anything goes. Peering down on the action, Owen would have seen the two hammering away on one another with a fire extinguisher, steel chair, a broken table, a metal pan, and a severed head of a deer, which doubles as Snow's imaginary friend Pierre.
Oh, yeah.
Vincent assisted preparations by shining a flashlight on Owen, while Talbot helped him put on the repelling harness, featuring 3 straps across the front and plenty of reinforcement to prevent tearing of any sort. The black harness fit much like a sleeveless life jacket. It also had straps that wrapped around his legs to further stabilize him while being lowered. With Owen securely fastened, Talbot then grabbed the end of a rope and attached the snap shackle device to the metal ring on the back of the harness. He pulled the snap shackle device several times, once almost lifting Owen off his feet to ensure it was properly secured. Owen then put on a silly-looking blue and silver and red mask, featuring holes cut out for his eyes, nose, and mouth. The mask had laces in the back to secure it in place. With his movements somewhat limited in the confined space, Owen needed help from Talbot to put on his bright blue and red sequined cape. The side of the cape, lined with white feathers, were attached to Owen's hands by way of elastic bands he continually readjusted throughout final preparations. The release cord, designed to quickly separate from Owen from the rope upon the ring entry, was then brought to the front of Owen's harness and secured to on the upper right side of his chest using black gaff tape, similar to electrical tape. As designed, one quick tug of the cord would trigger the snap shackle and allow Owen free range in the ring. It only took 6 pounds of pressure to rid himself of the rope, and Talbot explained that Owen should pull it in a deliberate upward fashion, cueing Talbot to pull the rope back up. It was the same cord Owen forgot to pull during rehearsal, drawing the chorus of shouts from frustrated WWF officials, angry at Owen's failure to execute the stunt fluidly. Minutes from his cue, Owen apparently moved his arms out and away from his body several times to reposition the cape in an effort to try to conceal his harness. The awkward cape was heavy and had the tendency to choke him if not positioned correctly. The hardcore slugfest below had finally been won by Al Snow, eliciting a roar from what was said to be a crowd of 18,244 fans. While the event indeed sold out in one-day capacity for the night, hovering more realistically around the 16,500 mark, based on the size of the wrestlers' elaborate entrance ramp shrouded by metal girders and light stands. As the two exhausting combatants stumbled from the ring, there was a backstage broadcast interview updating fans on the physical condition of Vince McMahon, suggesting he had likely suffered a broken ankle and would be transported to a hospital once an ambulance arrived. In fact, the ambulance was already waiting in the house. Damn, kayfabe here. The lights were then dimmed, the cue for Owen to steady himself for his descent. It was now 40 minutes into the show. Talbot instructed Owen to climb over the 4-foot hand railing and position himself on the outside of the scaffolding. Owen had trouble negotiating the maneuver, so Vincent facilitated things by lifting Owen's cape. The city rigger then retreated to ensure the rope would not get snagged anywhere on the catwalk when Owen was to begin his manual descent. At first facing away from Talbot, Owen turned and held onto the railing, trying not to look down. Talbot checked the tension of the equipment meant by lowering Owen a few feet, at which point the Cape Crusader let go of the railing. Dangling with his shoulders parallel to the catwalk floor, Owen placed his hands on his harness and was ready to be lowered. He hung there for a few minutes. Everything seemed fine to Talbot. Down in the ring, a referee clearing debris from the hardcore match. On the Jumbotron was a 40-second profile of the Blue Blazer. Perhaps somewhat choked by the cumbersome cape, Owen extended his elbows out and away from his body in an effort to make a subtle adjustment. It was then the three riggers were horrified to hear the distinct sound of the snap shackles release. Talbot looked down immediately to see Owen plunging towards the ring, falling backwards in a slight clockwise spiral before landing violently 78 feet below. Several fans heard his scream in terror all the way down. For most of who were glued to the video montage on the Jumbotron, the first they saw the Blue Blazer live that night was a split second before he savagely met the top rope of the wrestling ring, narrowly missing the metal post that supported the turnbuckle in the southwest corner of the ring. Owen's upper left side absorbed the violent impact of his plunge, shattering his left arm just above the elbow, causing him massive internal injuries upon initial contact. Owen was flipped backwards by the highly strung cable, his 229-pound body groomed into the ring, where it sprang a foot off the canvas before settling in the corner. Lying motionless on his back, with his feet pointed toward the center of the ring and his head mere feet from the apron, it took several seconds for his rubbery arms to rest at his side after bouncing off the spring-like canvas. In a wrestling world in which Vince McMahon delights in the thrilling audiences with a shock and element of surprise, the ragdoll figure hurling into the ring drew a loud cheer from the crowd. Unable to grasp the seriousness of the moment, the majority of the fans briefly mistook Owen's horrific fall for a spectacular entrance. Others figured it was perhaps a mannequin. At least that's what they hoped. It quickly became clear something had gone terribly wrong. I think this would be a good time here.
Okay.
Let's go to Over the Edge 1999, and this is what if you order the event on pay-per-view, this is what you would have heard.
More on a different man situation a little bit later. Intercontinental title on the line here. The Godfather to defend against the Blue Blazer. Wink, wink. Yeah, we know it's Owen Hart, but he thinks he's a superhero. And if you don't believe us, just listen to this.
The Blue Blazer is back in the WWF because the WWF needs the Blue Blazer back.
So as we just heard, sometime during this little promo vignette here, Owen has fallen during this time. It's hard to tell exactly when. During, from what I can tell, no one said this, like, after that detail, people remember. It'll be obvious here in just a second. That something's quite not right.
Let's take you now to the interview conducted earlier tonight with Kevin Kelly and the Blue Blazer, and we got big problems out here.
Well, Blue Blazer, you got a big match tonight.
We got big problems out here.
I don't think I ever caught that when I used to watch this.
Just saying his name makes my blue blood boil. Ooh, the Godfather, my arch nemesis. He represents everything that's wrong with the WWF. But fear not, because I, the Blue Blazer, will always triumph over evildoers. And you know why? Because I always take my vitamins, say my prayers, and drink my milk. Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen, when you're doing live television, a lot of things can happen, and sometimes they are not good. The Blue Blazer, as we know, as Owen Hart, was going to make a very spectacular superhero-like entrance from the rafters, and something went terribly wrong here. Certainly, Owen Hart, Blue Blazer, very serious situation here at this point in time is being attended to by the EMTs. This is not a part of the entertainment here tonight. This is as real can be here. And the EMTs are tending to Owen in the ring now. And we are at a little bit of a loss for this situation. I've been doing this for more years than I would like to admit. And this is it's one of the most shocking things I've ever seen. This is not your typical wrestling storyline. This is a real situation. Owen Hart was to ascend in a superhero-like entrance from the ceiling of this arena, and something terribly, terribly went wrong. I don't know if the harness broke or what the malfunction was, and we are going to keep our cameras on this crowd at this point.
Yeah, as a fan, if you're watching this isn't like something's obviously wrong here.
Ladies and gentlemen, as best we can.
Because they're just showing live views of the crowd here.
Yeah.
And that's obviously, as you know, like as he's saying, oh my God, I just now realized this. That they just, in the video, they're showing a video package for the next match. Somebody was just doing CPR on Val Venus.
Yep.
Probably as actual CPR was being applied to Owen Hart. But here, let's get back to Jim Ross here.
Out of your puppy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, Owen Hart was scheduled to descend from the top here, the Kemper Arena, in a superhero-like entrance in his Blue Blazer character. Something has gone terribly wrong with the equipment that Owen Hart was being lowered down to the ring, and the paramedics are working on Owen Hart. Let me tell you, we are going to have and we've already had some entertaining things. This is not a part of the show. I don't know any better way to put it. This is not a wrestling angle. This is real life. Owen Hart, with the equipment malfunctioning, is being attended to right now by a host of EMTs. We are not going to put this on television. It is not a sensationalistic attempt to leave a mark here on this event. It was, again, we don't know exactly what malfunctioned. Obviously something in the apparatus, we assume, and that's all we're doing is assuming that went wrong, unless Owen inadvertently released himself before he was near the ring. So again, we will have our mixed tag team matchup. We will have the rest of this broadcast. But the bigger issue now is that a human being, Owen Hart, has been terribly injured here on this live broadcast. So we will, again, there's been so many things that have happened here, but right now nothing is more important than the health and the welfare of not only a great athlete, but a very unique and a good human being who is now being attended to in the ring. And again, I can only reiterate the best way that I know how, and if I'm not being as articulate as I would like to be, I hope that you can understand that this was not, I repeat, this was not a wrestling angle. This was not part of the storyline. This was a terribly, terribly tragic situation, and the EMTs now are giving Owen Hart external heart massage. There are several folks are there to attend to him, and Jerry Lawler back joining me here. King, I was just reiterating to the fans, this is not a part of the show. We're here to entertain and have fun, but this is neither.
No, it doesn't look good at all.
So again, Owen is being attended to. He is now leaving the ring. We are not going to sensationalize this event by taping it. by showing you what's going on, and Owen Hart getting a tremendous ovation here as he is being carried from the ring. And thank God that the EMTs who are already here tonight standing by, that they were here and able to get here so quickly. And folks, again, there's so many things going on. We will keep you updated on this situation. And our mixed tag team match, by the way, is coming up next. We will tell you that. And Kevin Kelly, we do understand, is standing by. Let's take you now.
So that's the action hasn't unfolded. From the fall to him being escorted out of the arena, probably about 10 minutes.
Yeah, and Jeff Jarrett, who at the time was probably his best road friend, they were tag team champions at one point. He was doing a backstage promo for that upcoming mixed tag match that they kept saying when Owen got wheeled by. So, it's when they say the show continued, the show went on. There was no stops. There was that 10-minute of Jim Ross talking, but that was about it. And that 10 minutes probably would have happened if this had happened before and Vince knew exactly how to pivot. But since this was new, they needed Jim to stall.
He did a very good job, too, by the way. A horrible position to be in, for sure.
Yes.
We're going to skip ahead in just a little bit. Because I almost call her Diana. That would have been a horrible mistake on my part. We'll skip ahead just a little bit here. But before, I have to renew the book real quick. So for some reason, you rent these books, you can only get it for an hour. Like, who can read a book in an hour?
Not us.
not I. So we're going to get back in here. Owen's limp body was then pulled under the ropes and placed onto a cot, prompting a loud cheer from the stunned audience. Cowdery immediately jumped aboard the gurney. That's one of the ringside doctors or physicians that was there. Straddled Owen and continued chest compressions while being wheeled along the ramp. As a growing number of emergency personnel escorted him out of the arena, chants of Owen filled in the air. By this time, 8 minutes had elapsed since Owen's fall, and there were no signs of medical progress. Owen's lips had turned blue, and his body was depleted of oxygen. Time was getting desperately short. Excuse me. As the entourage of the medical personnel wheeled Owen from the ring, Cowdery heard one disgusted fan yell, "This is fucking fake!"
Yeah.
Many others, however, had tears in their eyes and offered words of encouragement for their fallen hero. Wow. Meanwhile, pay-per-view coverage returned to the massive stadium screens as Deborah and Owen's tag team partner, Jeff Jarrett, struggled to hold back tears during a live backstage promo aimed at hyping their upcoming match. Wheeled out of the arena to the building's south loading dock, Owen and the rescue workers breezed by a group of teary-eyed wrestlers who had been watching the scene backstage, consoling one another. Several wrestlers, including The Rock and Dwayne Johnson, desperately wanted to rush the ring to try to help Owen. They were ordered to remain behind the entrance curtains for fear their emergence would have sent the crowd into a frenzy and might have led to many to believe the fall was a part of the show. Several wrestlers offered their own words of encouragement for their wounded warrior. Owen was taken to the waiting ambulance. His emotional wrestling colleagues mobbed the area where the ambulance had been parked. Coleman and crew hauled Owen past the horde and climbed into the ambulance with Cowdery, who continued his CPR efforts while dripping with sweat. Oh, I skipped this part. There was a WF doctor that kept getting in the way of the actual paramedic doctors.
Really?
Yeah, it's he tried using a heart defibrillator on Owen and some all this other shit. Apparently. So this is why she says the alleged WWF doctor continued to get in the way by somehow gaining entrance to the vehicle. After bellowing ridiculously inappropriate instructions to watch his arm, the stranger was finally removed by Underhill, demanding he be allowed to stay because he was a doctor. Underhill asked him if he'd sign a doctor intervention form. When he refused, he was pulled from the ambulance and the back doors were closed to keep wrestlers out and allow medics to continue their work unimpeded. It was also done to prevent further videotaping of the incident by a roving WWF cameraman intent on capturing the ugly scene on film. When I was listening to the Labs fan cover this, they made an interesting comment, which I'll offer up to you to see if you agree with it. That if somehow Owen survives this, do you think they air the footage of this?
Oh, 100%.
Oh, Owen, they would, yeah. It'd be.
It would be in the "Don't try this at home" videos before the pay-per-views.
You know they would too. Coleman and Cowdery continue trying to get solid CPR established and force oxygen into Owen's system. Owen and his cot were secured. A cervical collar was placed on him, and he was hooked up to a monitor. It was then Coleman established Owen still had electrical activity in his heart, but his heart wasn't actually beating. It was deemed an agonal, or a dying heart rhythm, meaning he had yet to flatline. A shot of atropine was administered in an effort to raise his heart rate. It had no response. Owen's eyes remained fixed and dilated. Says the ambulance had been hired to act as a standby for Vince's fake injury. Company policy for the emergency providers incorporated dictated that the paramedics wait for another ambulance to transport Owen to the hospital.
Oh my God.
The first ambulance was supposed to stay for the duration of the hire. However, as precious time ticked away, several distraught wrestlers began demanding that Owen be transported immediately. At one point, The Rock leaned into the driver's side of the cab and began yelling, "Who's driving this motherfucker?" At the same time, another wrestler jumped into the passenger side. Underhill tried explaining to The Rock that they had to wait for another ambulance and that Owen was being stabilized for transport. This statement was met with increased anger. Underhill, who at this point also told the unidentified grappler to leave the ambulance immediately. He complied. At this point, Underhill and Coleman agreed the mob surrounding the ambulance had grown too hostile and too emotional. Things were getting out of hand, with no one attempting to control the emotional group clustered around the vehicle, provide too much of a distraction for the ambulance attendants to fully focus on Owen. A judgment call was made to leave the building. En route to the Truman Medical Center, just 3 miles away, epinephrine? That sounds right?
Yeah,
epinephrine?
I'm no doctor.
Yeah. Was administered into Owen's airway tube. He was also hooked up to an IV seconds before he was taken out of the ambulance at Truman. In Coleman's opinion, however, Owen was already clinically dead. When any fall greater than 20 feet occurs in the Kansas City area, there's an automatic activation of the hospital's trauma team, which consists of 4 top doctors. They quickly assembled for Owen's arrival, and the CAT scan technician was also put on alert. It had now been slightly more than 20 minutes since his fall. With Owen's arrival at 7:59 p.m., the team headed up by Dr. Michael Rush wheeled him into the trauma room for a final desperate attempt to save his life. However, they were all aware of Owen's grave condition via radio transmission. His Glasgow Coma Scale, a measure of neurological function, was listed as a 3 out of 15. It obviously wasn't looking good. Two units of O-negative blood were at the ready for a possible transfusion. Nurse Michael Tucker was brought up to date on the situation by paramedics as Owen was wheeled through the emergency entrance doors and into Truman Medical Center. After transferring Owen's body from the ambulance cot to the bed in the Trauma Room 1, several attendants had problems removing Owen's vest. With the help from Tucker, who had cut the shoulder strap and several belts off the garment. It was removed. The laces on his boots were also cut right up the middle. Electrocardiogram pads were immediately placed on Owen's chest in search for any recordable heart rhythm. The initial reading from the cardiac monitor indicated he was asystole, meaning he had no sign of heart activity whatsoever. However, seconds later there were signs of a light PEA, pulseless electrical activity. It meant that the heart was not beating, but faint electrical activity was still apparent. He was still fighting for his life. This offered a brief moment of hope. As dire as the situation was, reviving patients from PEA to a shockable rhythm wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. Both Tucker and Rush had seen it happen before. At this point, all those who transported Owen to the hospital, except Cowdrey, have left the room. He stood in the doorway, sadly anticipating what was to come. Nurses began calling out observations to Tucker, who recorded the findings. Owen's skin was blue, his lips were colorless, and his skin was cold to the touch. Nurses reported he had no bowel sounds and his abdomen was soft. One aide noted there was no sign of alcohol in his breath, which was listed as bilateral and equal, maintained only by the tireless CPR efforts. Owen's eyes remained open and fixed ahead, revealing no sign of life whatsoever. That his pupils dilated to 5 millimeters, nearly twice as normal, was yet another ominous sign. Owen had an open fracture above his left elbow and cut below these wounds were a little concern. A large bruise on his left lateral chest was further proof his heart had quite literally suffered from irreversible damage. While fears escalated that he had by now suffered brain damage, the only thing that mattered was that he regained consciousness. 4 minutes later, in an effort to stimulate his heart, a 16-gauge IV catheter inserted earlier in his left arm by paramedics was used to feed Owen's unresponsive body with epinephrine. It immediately blew the vein. A minute later, another amp of epinephrine was administered through an endotracheal tube. Then at 8:06 p.m., a large IV was placed in the right groin to prompt more epinephrine and atropine. Still, miners recorded no signs of progress, no pulse. His heart continued to show slight electrical activity, but nothing of significance. Very little hope remained as the precious minutes ticked away. Outside in the waiting room, retired wrestler Harley Race paced anxiously, awaiting word of his longtime pal. He would later be joined by Jeff Jarrett, still in full wrestling gear, as a host of concerned wrestlers who number close to 24 by night's end. At 8:07, a final amp of epinephrine and atropine went into Owen's right femoral line. 4 minutes later, he was still unresponsive. CPR continued for a final few minutes until doctors determined all resuscitation efforts were futile. 13 minutes after arriving at the hospital, 33 minutes since the fall, all work on Owen had stopped. At 8:12 p.m. Central Standard Time, the supervising doctor called code. At age 34, my Owen was dead. Eye drops were placed in Owen's eyes by Tucker for purposes of possible donation. Unfortunately, the request for organ donation was never made, as I certainly would have consented as per Owen's wishes. His belongings were collected by Detective Cowdrey for the criminal investigation that began immediately. The medical examiner was called, the doctors were interviewed by police, and detectives were dispatched to Kemper to secure the scene in an effort to piece together what went wrong. Wearing nothing but a pair of white socks, Owen's naked and lifeless body was covered with a white sheet. Meanwhile, the show went on.
Here in Kansas City, tragedy befell the World Wrestling Federation and all of us. Owen Hart was set to make an entrance from the ceiling, and he fell from the ceiling. And I have the unfortunate responsibility to let everyone know that Owen Hart has died. Owen Hart has tragically died from that accident here tonight.
So the show goes on. I know it's it's been a conversation that wrestling fans have had for a long time.
Right.
Should the show have gone on? I believe we'll probably get to it here in a little bit too. Vince's reaction. He makes the case that the fans would have rioted or something.
Yeah,
Which
yep.
I don't know if I believe. So let's go to let's take a quick detour away from Martha. Let's head over to Diana.
Okay.
What was Diana doing when they found out the news? Chapter 34, Owen's Fall. I was watching the WF May pay-per-view, Over the Edge. By eerie coincidence, I was in our living room with Harry and Georgia. Davey was out on a steroid run with Ben Bassarab? Bass Arab? I don't know who that is. Had to throw the shot at Davey, I guess. I was glued to the set, knowing Davey would be joining soon. I wanted to brush up on all the storylines and find out who was doing what with whom. Owen had just done his interview as a Blue Blazer. We laughed as we reminded the kids to drink their milk and say their prayers as they ran off. And then ran off. I went upstairs for a moment and the phone rang. I picked it up. It was a reporter from Off the Record, a popular television sports show on the Sports Network. He asked me if I had just seen something happen to Owen on TV. I said, no. He said, so you didn't see him fall? What do you mean, just now? We're praying for him, he answered. I need to go. I hung up and rushed toward the stairway. Harry met me on the stairs and hugged me. He said, something has happened to Owen. The television showed a darkened arena. The camera was on a wide shot locked to the ring. Locked on... They weren't locked in the ring. I don't know why she said that. The commentators Jim Ross and Jerry Lawler kept repeating over and over again that this was for real. They said there was a freak accident and the emergency personnel were working on Owen and that everyone was praying for him. I called my dad, whose phone had been ringing off the hook. He said he'd been contacted and was waiting for an update. For it seemed like an eternity, we held our breath. Ellie came through the door. Then my dad called. We've lost Owen. I'm sorry, Dad, I said. Ellie heard me say this and started running on the spot, screaming and crying. No, not Owen. Poor Mom and Dad. My dad was really brave about it. His voice never quivers or cracks. He's such a complete man. He has to hold everything together for his family. So that's what he did. My dad called me first because he knew what kind of relationship I had with Owen. We were always so close. We were the babies of the family. After I hung up the phone, I cried and cried. I sank to the floor and wept. Finally, I managed the strength to call Davey. I said, Owen's gone. They say he's dead. Davey said, no, that's impossible. So that's where they were. She goes into the funeral here. But what about Brett?
Yeah, what about friend of the show, Bret Hart?
Let's see. Where was Brett? He had on May 17th, I did a bit where I came out of the crowd on the Tonight Show to accept a challenge from Kevin Nash. That I came back to WCW in 1 week to wrestle him. Jay Leno had been part of WCW's Hog Wild pay-per-view back in July of '98, and he laughed when I pulled out a WCW wrestling card with his picture on it and asked him to sign it. Meanwhile, the Hitmen had won the WHL Championship and were set to meet in the Ottawa 67s in the Memorial Cup. For those of you that don't know, that's Bret Hart's hockey team. He's a part owner. They call it the Hitmen.
Yes. Yep.
They have really cool jerseys. I'll say that. Things had improved so much between Julie and me that I invited her, along with Blade and Dallas, to fly east with me to watch the game. On Sunday afternoon, May 23rd, 1999, the Ottawa 67s defeated the Hitmen in a heartbreaking overtime. Julie and I, along with the boys, stopped in the locker room to congratulate the team on a great season. Even though the team had lost, that visit was a sweet moment of competitive purity that only one finds in real sports.
Yeah.
Had a rush to take
Real wrestling.
Had a rush to take my flight to LA for my second live appearance on The Tonight Show the next day. Saying goodbye to Julie and the kids at the airport, we bumped into some of the mothers of the Hitmen players who were catching a flight back to Calgary. They were still tearful, and then one of them cracked a tentative smile and said, "Why are we crying? It's not like somebody died."
Oh, my God.
I connected to my LA flight through Toronto, but had no time at the airport to call home. I pictured the whole Hart clan sitting in Stu's kitchen, watching the nationally televised Memorial Cup final and feeling the same passion and heartache as me. A couple hours later, in the air, something ominous nagged at my heart. It couldn't be the game. I knew all about the game. Then the cockpit door opened, and the pilot came out. I just knew that he was looking for me. He handed me a note that read, "Bret Hart, please call home. Family emergency." I tried every phone in the first-class cabin, but as luck would have it, the only one that worked was next to the only other passenger in the compartment. At first, I got nothing but busy signals, so I checked my voicemail to find a frantic message from Carlo asking me to call him right away. I knew at that moment that someone had died. When I reached him, Carlo kept asking, "Are you sitting down?" "I'm on a plane. Of course I'm sitting. What happened?" "Don't be alarmed. Don't get mad. I don't know how to tell you this. Are you sitting down?" I was getting annoyed. "Just spit it out." "Owen's dead. He got killed doing some kind of stunt in the ring." I felt my chest caved in. Carlo didn't have any of the facts yet. All he knew for sure was that Owen was gone. Logan, do you want to hear from Bruce Hart?
Yeah, let's hear from Bruce.
Well, yeah, give me a second. I gotta go borrow his book from the library here.
Okay.
And I gotta find it. I thought I saved the page. Apparently not.
If you don't have one, get and use a library card.
Yeah, this is very good. Very good card to
Free,
have.
and libraries can get you books, video games, CDs.
This podcast is brought to you by your local library.
Yeah.
So Bruce Hart, he wrote a book in 2011. Chapter 61, Owen. God. What does Bruce Hart have to write about for 61 chapters?
A lot. He's the Hart brother that... So, the Bret and Owen feud was rumored to supposed to have been Bret and Bruce. But then Bret spoke up and said it should be Owen.
Well, that's probably a good idea.
Oh, 100%.
No offense, Bruce. No offense. So chapter 61, Owen. The big item on the agenda for most people in our family on May 23rd, 1999 was the final Memorial Cup tournament for the National Junior Hockey Supremacy between the Ottawa 67s and the Calgary Hitmen, of which my brother Bret was part owner. The game was a thriller even before the Hitmen lost in overtime. It was a downer, but couldn't even compare to what has transpired later in the day. After the game, we headed up to my parents' place for Sunday dinner, a weekly ritual amongst most in the family. The meal that evening was my mother's spaghetti. Knees weak, arms are heavy. Vomit on Stu's sweater already. Which was my family favorite. After our usual meet and greet, we were sitting down eating in the dining room when the phone rang. Someone, I think it was my sister Allison, went back into the kitchen to answer it. A few seconds later, I heard an ear-piercing shriek, and she staggered back into the dining room, ashen-faced, and gasped, "Owen's dead." When we pressed her for details, she said she didn't have any, other than he'd been injured from a fall and pronounced dead in the ring at a show in Kansas City. As you can imagine, the scene at the dinner table was suddenly completely insane. With everyone trying to wrap their heads around what had happened, I was sitting beside my mother at the far end of the table, and she was weeping inconsolably, while at the other end of the table, my dad was just staring ahead, impassively. For some reason, perhaps, it was wishful thinking. I could tell myself it must have been a work. Some kind of contrived fake death scene, which the WF has, on occasion, pulled. Did they, though? Has the WF ever done a fake death angle besides Vince in 07? Not that I can think of on the top of my head. That would be...
Not a, true death angle. I mean, maybe she's referencing any buried alive matches up to that point, but that's a stretch. Or a casket match. I mean, The Undertaker died that one time, but he came back.
Well, okay, and they hanged Boss Man.
Yes.
Before this too, so I guess he has somewhat of a point. But if you think a buried alive match, if somebody actually dying, they have to be your actual moron. Anyway, as I surveyed everyone at the table crying, though, I was half pissed that they hadn't at least chosen to let us know beforehand. The first time it began to dawn on me that it might not be a work and that he was dead was when Tammy Christopher, the sports reporter from the CFCN television and the family friend, showed up at the house, teary-eyed, and confirmed that it was no work. My initial reaction was of sadness and disbelief, but after having been appraised of how he had been killed on some silly entrance stunt from the ceiling of the arena, I was livid. At my dad's behest, we headed over to Owen's house, which was only about 5 minutes away, to offer our condolences and to what we could to comfort his wife Martha. As you can imagine, she was beside herself with sorrow. But we endeavored to extend our sympathy. She was extremely cold. She made a point of telling my parents how much she always hated the wrestling business, and that Owen had never really wanted to be in it either, but had been pushed into it, and that he had been looking forward to getting out of it. I didn't think that was called for. Everyone has their own way of grieving, I suppose, but I didn't hear Dale Earnhardt's widow condemning NASCAR after his fatal accident at Daytona, because she knew he had died doing something he loved doing. Having been the one who brought Owen into wrestling, I can attest that he genuinely loved the wrestling business. In fact, there's no way he could have been as good as he was without having had a lot of passion. Any conjecture to the contrary is horseshit, as far as I'm concerned. I didn't care for the way Martha treated my parents, almost as if she'd been the only one who suffered any loss. We all kept our mouths shut and left shortly thereafter. When we got back to my dad's, the phone rang and I answered it. It was Carl DeMarco, the supposed president of the WWF. He launched into the scripted-sounding spiel that almost sounded like he was reading it. This is Carl DeMarco, the president of the World Wrestling Federation. And on behalf of the World Wrestling Federation, I'd like to extend our sincerest condolences to the Hart family on the untimely passing of their son, the Blue Blazer, Owen Hart. I angrily cut him off and snarled, "This man should have the fucking stones to call himself, and I have some fucking figurehead flunky called to cut a fucking promo." After I hung up, I felt kind of bad. The old "don't shoot the messenger," but I had meant what I said. Later that evening, at about 2 a.m, the phone rang again. Since my parents had finally gone to bed after a long, devastating day, I didn't want them awakened, so I answered it downstairs. It was Vince McMahon himself. In the past, whenever I'd spoken to him, he had usually been pretty aloof and imperious, but this time around, he was quite understated, almost subdued. Which is surprising given the circumstances. I've been told that Vince doesn't drink, but he sounded like he may have had a few stiff ones before he made the call. I knew that I probably would have. He mumbled in a half-whisper that he was sorry that what happened to Owen. I was in the process of telling him that Owen should have never been made to do some silly non-wrestling stunt like that in the first place, and that wrestlers should be allowed to be wrestlers, not have to be stuntmen, trapeze artists, or circus clowns. Vince quite honestly sounded as if he was in the trance. He just kept repeating how sorry he was, when all of a sudden I heard a click on the phone. At first I figured my dad might have picked up the extension upstairs, but I immediately heard this female voice, which I recognized my sister Allison's, launching into a visceral rant, berating Vince for having killed Owen. I thought her tirade was uncalled for, but I damn well know how bad I would have felt if the tables would turn and say Shane McMahon had been killed in an accident while wrestling for Stampede. I found myself in the unlikely position of having to act as peacekeeper. I kept trying to tone things down. Thankfully, Allison ran out of steam and finally just hung up, after which I endeavored to offer apologies for her outburst. Vince was pretty understanding about the whole thing, though, and we hung up at that point. Let's see, we can go back to her book. So this is probably, we're going to read this portion, and then we'll end it with Vince McMahon's press conference, and then a little bit of a news spot. Then I think we'll call it for part 1. I know it's getting kind of late, and Logan has his big boy job to do in the morning.
Yes, I do.
And to be honest, I feel like we're only about halfway through.
There's a lot of info for this. It was a big event in time, but in like I said, in the wrestling scope, it's kind of a blip. Like, it's not, you don't realize how much is involved with this. For most casual wrestling fans, they know the tragic accident, his passing, that there's some Hart members that side with Martha, there's some that side with WWE, and that's about it.
So we heard from Bruce Hart about them going to console Martha. So let's see how Martha remembers this evening to close it out here for part 1 of Over the Edge 1999, 25 years later, with chapter 7 called The Call. In preparation for the move, they bought a brand new house, by the way, like their dream house.
Oh,
very shortly before this, like they're in the middle of moving from one house to the other. I spent the day dismantling the home we'd happily lived in for almost 10 years. It had been a long day of packing, and I had been plagued by a looming, inexplicable sadness. Owen traveled so much that loneliness was no stranger to me. This feeling was different, though. There was a puzzling emptiness and despair that suddenly intruded on a very happy time in my life. It gnawed at me all day long. Owen's routine, no matter where he was, often included frequent calls home to see how we were all doing. On this strange day, I longed to hear his voice. Only he could pick up my spirits with a simple hello. It was the Sunday of a long weekend. So many of the families on the block were enjoying the beautiful sunshine and the company of loved ones. The kids were outside playing with the neighbors, 2 daughters, and seemed content to do their own thing. Owen was gone most weekends, so we had our family time when we could. It seemed like we were never on the same cycle as the rest of the world. But even though our setup was a little bit out of the ordinary, we weren't. The only thing that made us different from any other normal family was the fact that Owen traveled a great deal. We looked forward to a day that would all change, but for now, we did well to maintain a regular routine of sorts. As I stood and cleaned and filled my mind with thoughts of what our lives were going to be like after we moved, I looked forward to our big yard, as I love gardening. I thought about the front porch swing Owen had painted just before he left, a picture of us sitting on it on cool summer nights with a blanket and a hot cup of tea. It would all be so wonderful. I saw with my mind's eye how I was going to decorate the house. I would make it such a haven. The kitchen would always be filled with the aroma of fresh baked goodies, and I thought some interesting recipes that would surprise Owen and the kids. I loved to please all of them any way I could. After all, my life revolved around my 3 bright stars. Yet though all these thoughts, my mind continually drifted back to this darkness that was lurking. There seemed to be no escaping this awful feeling. By mid-afternoon, I could take the nagging sensation no longer. To ease my troubled mind, I stopped packing and called my sister Virginia. Virginia and I walked the line together all our lives, growing up in difficult circumstances with only each other to lean on. No matter what the situation, we rallied behind one another. I rang her and was grateful she answered. After several minutes of idle chit-chat, she asked, "What's wrong?" I told her I wasn't sure, but I just felt awful and wanted Owen to call. She told me I was feeling jittery because we were just taking a big step. Our new house meant a new life in a lot of ways. Financially, we'd be more strapped. Because the house was bigger, there'd be more upkeep. We had also decided to have a new baby, another responsibility to add to the list. I had been enrolled at the University of Calgary for 3 years now, and desperately wanted to finish my psychology degree while also juggling motherhood with my part-time jobs at the post office and the pool. All these issues weighed on my mind. I also knew that while I loved my family life, I had dreams of my own that I wanted to realize. I tried to do things I wanted without stepping on anyone's toes, but was aware of all the added duties would rest largely on my shoulders since Owen would continue to travel frequently for at least the next few years. Virginia suggested I tried contacting Owen, so I grabbed his booking sheet, which listed his destinations. In some cities like Chicago and LA, he always had the same accommodation arrangements. If he had been in one of those cities, I might have been able to contact him. However, seeing as he was in Kansas City, Missouri, I had no idea which hotels to check. I ended my conversation with Virginia repeating, "I just wish so badly that Owen would phone me." An hour later, the kids were restless and begging to go out somewhere. I decided to take them out for a few errands. Owen suggested I go to the hardware store to buy 2 industrial garbage pails with wheels. He figured I would need the wheels because they were going to be living on acreage with a long driveway. I laughed to myself at his backhanded form of thoughtfulness. Off I went, kids in tow, to the hardware store. I made a few other runs, then stopping at the park to give Oj and Athena some quality time with me. Still thinking ahead to our nightly call, I couldn't wait for him to charge me up with encouragement that I so sorely needed. I returned home with the kids, the pails, and the hollow feeling I left with. Just as I started the kids' dinner, the phone rang. The call displayed indicated the call was out of area, which was known around else as Owen abroad. Thank God I grabbed it after the first ring with great excitement. "Martha," said the deep voice, followed by my cheery hello. "Owen," I gasped. "This isn't Owen. This is Vince McMahon." I was so sure it was Owen's voice, I would bet my life on it. Owen was such a joker, I thought for a second he was playing some sort of trick on me. "Vince McMahon," I replied hesitantly. "Why are you calling me?" Still unconvinced it was Vince, his response rattled me. "Owen has fallen from above the ring and he's hurt." With my suspicious it was Owen pulling a crank call, I quickly grew perturbed. Is that right? How do you pronounce that? Perturbed? It wasn't unusual for Owen to get under your skin with a prank, but they're generally harmless ones. "Is this a serious call? Because I don't appreciate being upset for nothing," I said. "Yes, this is a very serious call," was the response. At that point, I realized it really was Vince. I became moderately alarmed, but still completely convinced. Wasn't completely convinced. "Is there really a serious call? Or is this part of your production?" Vince was doing such ridiculous things in the world of wrestling, I thought it might have been some gimmick to get a reaction. He seemed a bit stunned by my demeanor. "No, it's not." A pensive sullenness was taking shape between us, since this truly was a legitimate call, but now we were talking about my husband's well-being. Suddenly, I became deeply worried. I could feel goosebumps tingle over my body. Is he conscious?" I asked. When his answer was a quick no, my heart sank. Panic ensued, and I peppered him with rapid-fire questions. How far did he fall? Did he break anything? How is he now? Who's taking care of him? Over and over, repeated his simple response. "I don't know." There was a moment of silence. I thought he was acting particularly nervous and evasive. "I know how much you and Owen meant to each other," said McMahon. This sent me to an hysteria. I begged him to tell me this was some sort of sick joke. "Were you watching the show?" he asked. I had no idea what he was talking about. What show? It was so early in the evening, it had slipped my mind that Owen was wrestling in a late afternoon pay-per-view that day. Right after I told him I wasn't, he offered up more chilling information. The paramedics worked on him and he took him to the hospital. I snapped, paramedics? Are these real qualified paramedics? Or the uncertified quack doctors that you have sit at ringside? No, they are real. We had real paramedics on hand today, said McMahon. They cared for Owen and took him to the hospital. When asked what hospital, he reverted once again, I don't know. Annoyed with my head swimming, I told him I needed to talk to someone who had some answers. Someone will call you soon, he said sheepishly to end the call. That was it. No goodbyes. We both just hung up. I began pacing around the house. I looked out the window to check on the kids who were still happily playing with the neighbor's daughters. I didn't know what to do with myself. The doom plagued me all day. It was engulfing me. I felt like I was drowning. It was hard to breathe. Were one of my worst fears going to be realized? Ever since we had laid down the groundwork for our new dream home, I had this impinging fear that something dreadful was going to happen. Owen shared this mild fear with me. We were both afraid tragedy might strike because our lives were too good to be true. We were too content, too happy together. I knew something inside me was going to give, so I quickly called my mother. I didn't want to tie up the line, so I briefly explained something dreadful had happened to Owen and that I would need her to come right away to look after the children. I figured I might have to jump on a plane. I really didn't have any details, just a feeling that everything was going to break loose shortly. I called the Hart house too, but they knew nothing, so I hung up. I waited anxiously for an update. It seemed though I was left suspended for a long time. Mercifully, the phone rang minutes later, and I had lunch for it. It was only Stu calling back. I explained I had no new information and I had to get off the phone. I only had one line. I didn't want to tie it up. I told him I'd call him as soon as I heard something. Anything. Again, I waited in an agitated, disturbed state, gazing around my sitting room. I noticed all of our beautiful family Christmas pictures that still hung on the walls. Why hadn't I taken them down yet? As part of the move, I had taken everything else down. Once again, the phone rang. Looking at the call display, I saw it was from out of area. Inundated with mixed emotions, I answered. It was the doctor from the hospital where Owen was being treated. He identified himself and asked if I was alone. He started describing the particulars of the incident, explaining the fall Owen had and the severity of his injuries he had sustained. Overwhelmed with anticipation, I interrupted him. Doctor, please just tell me the end result. I said, convinced I could deal with any injury at all, as long as my Owen was still alive. Normally you should be flown down here to receive such news, he began. I am so sorry. I did everything I could to save him, but his injuries were fatal. There's nothing more I could do. Your husband has died. With tears bursting out my eyes, I doubled over and screamed out loud, No, no, no. Please, please, oh God, no. Waiting patiently for me to catch my breath, he reiterated how sorry he was. Would you like to speak to Harley Race? He asked. He is one of the wrestlers that accompanied your husband to the hospital. Through my tears, I said, No, I don't even know him. I hung up, sat back, and melted into my chair. Oh my God, I couldn't believe it. A million thoughts raced through my mind. A battle was being waged inside my head. One side of my brain said, no, this didn't happen. It couldn't happen. It's not true. The other side of my brain was saying, it must be true. Who would be so cruel to tell you such a grave lie? Devastated, I stared at the ceiling of my dismantled room. What just happened? The reality of all slowly sinking in, and it felt like the weight of 1,000 ships heaped on top of my chest. I could barely breathe. I felt all at once sick, nauseous. My head hurt, the walls were closing in, the room was spinning. I was going to throw up. With my hand on my heart, I thought I was going to collapse right there in my living room. I quickly called my mother back, saying simply, he died. Minutes later, an eerie calm consoled me for a brief moment. I was in the eye of the storm. It was a moment of truth. I could see clearer than I ever had before. I saw before me two distinct paths, one of destruction and one of construction. I knew exactly what my situation was. Which road would I take? Would I choose to live for those that love me or lie down in a whirlpool of defeat? The unknown was ahead, and I left to navigate through the dense fog alone. Either way, all I could do was batten down the hatches and wait for devastation to hit. Let's see. I felt obligated to inform Owen's parents. They should hear it from me, I thought. But how would I tell them? When could I get my own head around it? I dialed each digit with great trepidation, unsure of what I should say. Helen answered. Helen, I am so sorry to have to tell you, your son has died. Somewhat prepared for the news, thanks to my frantic call minutes earlier, she nevertheless pleaded sorrowfully. No, not Owen. He can't be gone. Shocked at having to confirm something I had yet to fully believe, I reiterated that he was indeed dead. She let out a horrific scream as the receiver dropped to the floor. I could hear her bellowing, Owen is dead. Owen is dead. She must have been running because her voice grew fainter and fainter. I listened until there was silence. Nobody returned to pick up the phone. A numbness swept over me. The waves were starting to crash. Owen's death was going to wreck everyone's foundation to the core. Someone was pounding on my front door. Logically, I thought it must have been Oja or Athena. Oh my God, I had forgotten about them. I ran over and swung the door open. There stood my sister Virginia, dumbfounded. I looked at her sideways. Her watery eyes glistened. Her skin was colorless. She appeared drawn. Her spirit drained. She knew, but how? Is it true? My silence answered her question as we embraced, with wet tears streaming down our cheeks. How did you know? She explained they announced it on television. On TV? Yes, on the WWF pay-per-view show. Her 17-year-old son, Michael, was watching with some of his friends and called Virginia as soon as word broke of the fall. Then it came flooding back to me. The pay-per-view show. That's what Vince was talking about. That's why he asked me if I was watching the show. Right, of course. It was televised. Our eyes locked. Oh no, I said. That stunt. It was that stunt. The puzzle was being pieced together now. I had been in such a state of shock I had not understood Owen was working in front of an audience. Even when the doctor described Owen's fall, I didn't realize he was doing that stunt. How could I have missed it? I knew it was something that was coming up soon, but I didn't realize it was today. That stupid stunt, I said. The one he talked about. The one he said he didn't want to do. The one he talked about the night before he left. Of course. That stupid, meaningless stunt. I stood speechless with my sister, the door still wide open as we contemplated the shock of it all. She walked into the house, her arm around my waist. We kind of held each other up. Inside the house it was quiet, but outside there was much laughter and joy. As we entered the kitchen, I walked straight to the window and watched Athena playfully chase Oj in the backyard. They were having so much fun together. They didn't even realize their little lives changed forever. With my heart broken into a million shreds, I covered my face with both hands and broke down crying. Virginia gently guided me to the kitchen table where we both sat, staring aimlessly into space. Our quiet reflections were momentarily as the noise was soon began to escalate and wouldn't stop for days on end. Let's see. I will skip ahead a little bit. Here we go. Owen was the most cautious person I knew. He would never take an uncalculated risk. He was not a thrill seeker or an extreme person in any way. The thought there must be negligence was a disturbing revelation to me. I didn't know how or in what form the negligence was. I just knew it needed to investigate it further. But how? As different scenarios played out in my imagination, the phone rang as it had all night. I decided to answer it. It was Brett calling back. He explained no flights were available out of LA, and he doubted he could get back home until the next day. I barely paid attention to what he was saying, as a voice in my head kept repeating, "There's negligence." I wanted to tell him so badly that it was on the tip of my tongue, but I could trust him. But could I trust him? Would he think I'd gone mad? I decided to take a chance. "I think there's negligence," I said to Brett, holding my breath. "I'm sure there is," was his response. What a relief. I thought. He believes it too. We talked for a few minutes and ended the call by telling me the company he worked for, WCW, was trying to arrange for a private jet to bring him home. He told me not to worry. He would come to my house as soon as possible. Unfortunately, I could not take his advice. I had much to worry about. The news would be broadcasted shortly, and waiting for it was the only thing holding me together. Finally, it was 11 o'clock. I waited for the channel changer in my hand so I could surf back and forth. I didn't want to miss any of it. It was a top story on every station. They splashed still photos of Owens lying dead in the ring, being worked on by paramedics. I felt like the wind had been knocked out of me. All the reports described the fall in the graphic detail. Every report included pictures of me, Oj, and Athena, and it was punctuated by the catchphrase, "He leaves behind a wife and 2 young children." I was amazed at the footage and wondered where they got the family photos. Okay. I think the next thing I'm trying to skip forward to, I'm trying to quickly graze over it. Actually, I think that's probably where we'll cut it off with her book.
Okay.
For right now until our next part. She kind of just talks about trying to fall asleep, her inner thoughts. And she prayed to Owen that she would get to the bottom of what happened and get justice for him, if there's any justice to be had.
Yeah.
So everybody has been informed. So let's hear Vince McMahon holds a press conference after Over the Edge. Let's check in on old Vinnie Mac and see how he's holding up after Over the Edge in 1999.
This is a stunt that's performed on a routine basis in any number of venues. Owen was simply to descend into the ring in superhero-like fashion.
Why was he not on a full A line or some other backup line, which is normally used for anybody that's using a rigging? That there would be a safeguard that someone would control.
I'm not an expert on rigging, I guess you are.
Well, it would appear that there were no
Jesus.
precautionary measures taken. Why not?
First of all, I resent your tone.
Oh.
I resent the sarcasm.
Oh
No,
my
I resent
God.
your tone, lady, okay?
Why
You know,
would
this
there
was a
not be
tragic
precautionary
accident. It's a tragic accident. Don't try and put yourself in the spotlight here, okay?
What
This
were your
was an
precautionary
accident.
measures,
Do you
sir?
understand what I'm saying? An
Sounds
accident.
like one of those
And
AI
everything
meme
that should have taken place in terms of rigging,
recordings
to our
that people put on
knowledge
Twitter.
at this moment, did take place. It was rehearsed in the afternoon, and everything was fine. And that's all I know.
Mr. McMahon, is it true then that Owen did practice 3 or 4 times during the afternoon and everything was set and he felt comfortable with it prior to the actual occurrence?
As far as I know, everything was fine during the afternoon. A number of rehearsals took place.
He seems like a stable individual after this.
Yeah.
Definitely not trying to, that's the word I'm looking for, be held liable for anything. So yeah, I kind of set the scene here as we try to wrap it up. Everybody knows the call has been made to Martha and the Hart family, to Brett, trying to get home. Now, for part 2 here, they'll come out shortly after this. We'll dive into the funeral and then the family turmoil regarding a potential lawsuit against Vince McMahon and the WWF. And I feel like this is a natural breaking point here. We kind of get through all the tragedy, all the reactions from it from everybody, kind of set the stage. Before we go, let's try to lighten the mood a little bit.
Okay.
I found this video that was posted from that night of news reports from various network news stations. As we've heard multiple times through this, and there's a theme in this video too that I'm about to play that had to be reiterated multiple times that this was not a fake thing. It was real. Multiple Hart members thought it could be some sort of act that Vince was doing. But let's see, what do the news reports have to say about the death of a WWF wrestler?
City. During the event, one of the wrestlers, Owen Hart, was going to enter the ring coming down from the rafters. Something went wrong, though, and he fell some 50 feet to his death. Efforts to revive him in the ring were not successful. The event was on pay-per-view tonight, so there was no video of the accident. But wrestling fans at Kemper Arena talked about the accident when they left the venue this evening.
Okay. Tell me what happened with Owen Hart. Did you see it all?
Yeah,
what
I
happened?
seen it. It looked like he really got hurt, to be honest with you. A broken neck or something. He fell. I didn't see where he fell, but I know he fell and hit the corner post. Looked like he got pretty messed up to me.
What happened? Did you see what happened to Owen Hart? Did you tell what happened?
Yeah, it looked like he fell from the top rafters, and and kind of landed over the back of his neck. So I guess that's basically what happened.
Did it look like he got hurt real bad when you saw him?
Yeah, it really did.
Hurt real bad.
Pretty bad fall.
See him up in the rafters?
Yeah, it was like a rope broke or something.
Did it look like he got hurt really bad when he hit?
Oh yeah, you could tell. My aunt, she said that she thought he was dead when he hit.
Kansas City police and the World Wrestling Federation have confirmed the death of Owen Hart, 33 years of age.
Kansas City police say they are interviewing the show's producers about what went wrong, and the World Wrestling Federation, WWF, is not commenting. But the man who runs the building where the accident occurred says it looked like Hart fell before his cue.
He came down very quickly, and that's what caught my eye.
Pro wrestling in the 90s is big-time show business, pumping dramatics to build audiences. The top 10 wrestlers can make $1 million each every year if they can break through with a gimmick. And it's working.
A gimmick.
Pay-per-view receipts on a record
gimmick.
$140 million in 1997, $178 million in 1998. Old-time wrestlers like Lou Albano say the show business side has taken over, producing a violent mixture, part dance, part soap opera, good guys, bad guys.
He does not
with
like current
choreographed
WWF
steps
at this
and very
time,
little
though.
true sport.
In the old days, I believe it was a little more actual wrestling. Today, on maybe a 2-hour wrestling show, you might have 15 minutes of wrestling, and the rest is all theatrics.
Wrestling Observer magazine editor Dave Meltzer says even this first
Good old
death in the
Dave.
ring since
Looking
1976
jacked here,
will
I'll
not
say.
stop the pressure for more and more dramatic stunts.
Fans don't have the patience to watch this 45-minute slow-building plot. You've got to go bang, bang, bang.
Owen Hart comes from a wrestling family, from his 82-year-old father to his brothers. Tonight, the Harts say their brother died in a race for ratings.
Theatrics and stunts and high daredevil performances and stunts that really put the wrestlers at tremendous risk.
And tonight, the spotlight is on a show that some say looks more like a circus than sport, made even more dangerous when it strays from the script. Jim Avila, NBC News, Chicago.
Whoa, they have images.
Yeah.
And after Mr. Hart's body was carried from the ring last night, the show went on.
Fell 50 feet to his death.
We've seen it. He was Owen Hart, the Blue Blazer. Hold on, let me talk.
These guys
he was
are
up and
absolutely
down on a cord,
blasted.
and all of a sudden it snapped, and he dropped, and they were pumping his chest.
I think everybody was trying to figure out whether it was part of the act or not. And I think
Can you imagine
people still
if
didn't
this
know for
was
sure.
part of the act? Like,
The World Wrestling
what
Federation, which has become
what would it even be
wildly
about?
popular in recent years, staged the
I don't
event.
know. Like, what's the end
Like-
game?
Yeah, like a superhero falls to his death. Maybe that's how they killed the Blue Blazer off.
And we will shortly. And as soon as we know something, you'll know something.
You climb into that ring and you never know when it could be your last time getting into a ring. I know what it feels like.
Hart's brother Brett is also a professional wrestler, as was their father Stu. Professional wrestling has courted controversy recently with its displays of profanity and sexual innuendo, as well as mock violence. Hart's tragic death Sunday did not help the industry's reputation.
Mock violence.
Watching fans cheer a show, and the fact that the World Wrestling Federation let the show continue, 1 hour after announcing that Owen Hart had died, it really is a black eye on the entire industry that already has enough of one as it is.
Hart was married and the father of 2 young children. Brian Cabell, CNN, Atlanta.
Fell to his death on live TV. And last week, millions tuned in for a stunt which could have ended in disaster as Robbie Knievel jumped the Grand Canyon. Have sports gone too far in the name of entertainment?
Have they? Why still?
Avoid that you can't help.
Stu Hart is enduring the saddest day any parent can imagine. Last night, his son, pro wrestler Owen Blue Blazer Hart, died during a live pay-per-view
Owen
event.
Blue Blazer Hart.
He just fell neck first and everything, and his head hit the top of his head hit the mat first.
The Harts are the first family of wrestling. Owen's brother, Bret Hitman Hart, is a superstar. Father Stu was a pro wrestler, and all of the Hart sons entered the sport.
We all have our impact on our parents, but it's so hard. My dad's so strong. It's so hard on him. You know. Owen's so careful about everything. Even he was such a high flyer, but he was so careful.
In other homes,
Jesus.
the question being asked is,
Yeah.
death-defying adventures, the so-called extreme sports, gone too far in the name of entertainment?
I was real confident I was going to go for it.
Robbie Knievel cheated death on live TV Thursday when he jumped the Grand Canyon. He brushes off his bone-jarring landing and his minor injuries.
Oh, goddamn.
By the time I got to the hospital, I was in so much pain I couldn't even breathe. So I broke 2 ribs, 6 and 7. My foot's about swollen down about half of what it was after a few days.
Robbie saw his famous father, Evil, wreck his body with similar exploits, and he dedicated this jump to a friend who was paralyzed during a stunt. But Robbie is not turning back from risking his life as primetime entertainment.
What the hell am I going to do next?
Even as Robbie recuperates, he told us he is making plans for new jumps in Europe and Australia. And Owen Hart's wrestling brother, Bret Hitman Hart, was scheduled to appear on The Tonight Show with Jay Leno tonight. But following his brother's death, he canceled that appearance.
So the question's asked: is wrestling gone too far?
Man,
They do not know that 10 years later, Vince will fake his own death.
Yes.
And I couldn't find video of it, but I read. This is to show how fucking disgusting some people are in the wrestling business. And you can probably take a guess on whose idea it was.
Okay.
They did a WCW show in the same arena, Kemper Arena.
Yep.
What's the pay-per-view called? The one where they have like the 3 cages on top of each other.
Because they brought that back for Ready to Rumble. Like the Terror Dome. I don't remember which the specific pay-per-view, but yeah.
A wrestler apparently got thrown off the top of it through like a table, like Mankind style.
Yeah.
And you know how Jim Ross had the solemn voice.
Yep.
Whatever. They mocked that, and they had like I don't know if it was what's his name? It's really late. I'm tired.
The Ed Ferrara guy.
It was one of they had the WCW announcers acting all like sad and sorrow.
Yeah.
Like essentially doing this angle.
Of course they did.
So, yeah, I wonder who was doing WCW television at that time.
Thanks, Vince Russo.
But if I can find that clip, I'll play it at the end of the part 2 here. But we're quickly approaching 2 hours. We typically don't like to do shows this long. You know, people's attention spans and everything. This ain't no TikTok podcast, all right? Yeah, you gotta be able to pay attention for more than 45 seconds. But yeah, make sure if you're watching this on YouTube, subscribe if you're not already. Hit that bell notification so you get notified when part 2 drops. Or if you're listening on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, you can also turn on notifications for those separate apps as well. Just make sure you're subscribed, and make sure to put on the alert when new episodes drop. So a little Spotify notification will come up saying Pro Wrestling Proverbs, new episode. You can click on it. All those will be linked in our link tree in the description of whatever service you're using. And like I said, follow us on all of our social medias as we're posting more Owen-related content this month. We have a bunch of stuff. And then Logan's History of Detroit Wrestling series will also continue to be posted throughout the month. A lot of new interesting stuff from that as well. So Logan, any final thoughts before we wrap it up?
As I've said a couple times now, this is just one of those things where wrestling history tends to treat the Owen fall as, Owen accidentally fell. There was the funeral, and then Team Vince versus Team Martha for the court case, and that was about it. But clearly, we talked for 2 hours, and we haven't even got to the true meat and potatoes of it yet. Or the true, yeah. It's just baffling how little this is truly touched on, and I know it's a tragic event, but I mean, I feel like every year or so, a magazine or a podcast like ours will talk about the Benoit murder-suicide. And I think that besides this year, with it being the big 25 years of Owen, you really don't hear about it as much.
Yeah, I would assume probably here within the next couple of weeks, because we're doing ours a little early, because like I said, I'll be out of state here next week. So I'd assume other wrestling channels, I assume probably like Parts of Unknown or Cultaholic or whoever, will probably do some sort of video on it, since it is like an anniversary. It's like if I could come up with the idea of it for content, I'm sure others would too. But
right.
But yeah, so this will be part 1 of Over the Edge 1999, 25 years later. Now, Logan, before we get too deep into this next one, to part 2 here.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw, we had some fan feedback on the last one.
I did see.
Yeah. Some jabronis running their fucking mouth on my fucking page here.
Yeah, they did not like us. There was one positive comment.
Hans Jerker 8296 said, "Never heard of you guys, but I just started the video. This better not suck." Then he replied, "Yeah, they can't say they didn't get their shot, but yeah, these guys just need to get jobs."
The get our shot comment is because someone mentioned that we were recommended to them.
Rob BM Chemist 7441. "Yeah, you two recommended this to me. Never heard of them. Clicked, listened, and it sucked." And then we have Lunzik. I can't even pronounce that. "What the fuck is this trash?" Next. I don't know. "What the fuck is the trash you're buying at fucking Sam's Club, bitch?" How about that? Fucking coming at me talking about fucking shitty YouTube videos. Fucking look in the fucking mirror. Alright? Fucking, I said the last one, this ain't no fucking TikTok video. If you want to go fucking, I know this isn't your speed, right? It's a little too advanced for you. I think Troy Boyo or WrestleLamia made a video. That's a little bit more your speed. Why don't you go fucking watch them? All right. Anyway, part 2. We did get some more here. Our boy Fred, day one supporter. Fred, love Fred.
Yes.
Shout out Fred. Fred has never said anything bad about us.
No.
The worst thing he ever said to me was, "Son, does the meal plan at your college include a salad?" And that was the meanest thing he's ever said to me, but it was well deserved. I was a fat fuck. But we got through it. I know, and it's funny because I kind of lied because I thought we were going to record both episodes last week, but we didn't. So we're trying to find time now before I actually do leave.
Oh yeah, you said you weren't recording this week.
Yeah, and he's probably gonna listen to it on the plane, and he's gonna be within like reach of me. He's probably gonna be like 2 seats down from me right now, listening to this. I assume, or he's gonna wait until he gets back and listen to it at work. Then he'll be messaging me right about now on Facebook. But yeah, shout out Fred, day one homie. He said, not a TikTok podcast. And that's right. This isn't a TikTok podcast. He said, "Can't wait for part 2. Well, Fred, part 2's here. And it's coming in hot. it's thunderstorming outside on Owen's birthday. Seems kind of poetic about what we're about to get into here. Last week we covered the fall. That's why part 1 was called the fall. You know, if you didn't put that two together, I just want to point that out because we got some low IQ individuals tuning in, thanks to the YouTube recommended feature.
Yes.
But this week we're not gonna cover the incident again. If you didn't watch it, go back and listen. Pretty extensive coverage of Over the Edge 1999 from Owen's perspective, and then the ones around him. But this time we're talking about the aftermath, and what's better than some family drama over a death? You know,
yes.
Always goes well. You know, I'm sure there's no hard feelings between anybody. Especially when you have characters like Brett and Martha. Who are the others? Bruce.
Hopefully there's no fallout.
Hannah Hart Smith chimes in here too. We're the same cast of characters. Who do you want to start with? You want to get right back into Broken Hearts, Martha?
Yeah,
that seems to be kind of the most detailed one. Then we'll listen to Brett after that, and then we'll go to the extended family, kind of see what kind of other details we can get from them. We also got some more clips to play for you guys. I think kind of go into the narrative we're playing here. But again, same book. We have Broken Hearts, The Life and Death of Owen Hart by Martha Hart. I linked it in the description. The last one I'll do in the same as well. If you want to go ahead and read it, because we're kind of skipping around here. I'm not trying to do an audio book. It might sound like it at times here, because there's just so much to cover, and it's in such great detail. It's hard to keep some stuff out. But
yeah.
But if I could find a spot to skip ahead, where I think we're kind of going over details that most wrestling fans should know. We skipped ahead. I think like about 10 pages from where we left off on this book last time.
Okay.
So we're in the chapter Heaven and Hell. What happened between then and now kind of talks about like that following day.
Okay.
It kind of foreshadows. She kind of talks about how Steve Austin and The Undertaker didn't do a recorded segment, and that Stone Cold was one of the only wrestlers to not show up for the funeral. But so far in the book, we have not gotten to his actual funeral yet. But she want to point that out. Take a little shot at Steve. It's all right. Do you think? Why don't you think Steve went? You think he was still?
I heard that he had legitimate heat with him over the pile driver thing.
Still, I felt like that was water under the bridge.
That's what I always. I heard he had it until the day he died, or had it for him, I should say.
Oh well. Steve's probably. No, nothing against Steve here, but I don't think he was a good role model around this time. We'll say in nice words.
He wasn't a good role model until about 2003, 2004.
He wasn't a good role model until he started talking to Bailey.
Yeah.
Because she is the role model. So start. Several days. This is Martha. Several days after the accident, I received a call from Carl DeMarco, a Canadian WWF representative who also used to double as Brett's agent of sorts. Mm-hmm. I complained that Vince still hadn't called me, a fact that left Carl admittedly stunned. He made no excuses for Vince and appeared to be disgusted by the news. He said he would contact Vince and find out why. 20 minutes later, the phone rang. It was Vince. When I heard his voice, I started crying. my voice cracking from the combination of fear, outrage, and sorrow. I asked, "Why haven't you called me?" His response, "What?" I thought Vince called, not Stone Cold.
Right?
As if he was barely able to tolerate having to listen to me. But if he thought I was a sniveling, weak person who he figured who could easily be intimidated, he was wrong. With all my strength, I composed myself and repeated in a loud, strong voice, "Why haven't you called me? There, did you hear that?" He changed his approach immediately. I didn't call out of respect. Baffled by his response, I fired back. "Out of respect? You weren't calling out of respect? That's funny. Everyone else is calling out of respect." We argued back and forth. "I think you decided not to call me because you're worried I'm going to take you to the cleaners. You're just getting yourself ready." Months later, we would discover that he had indeed called his lawyer, who was vacationing with his family the night of the accident, to position himself for the likelihood of a lawsuit. I made a conscious effort to calm myself down. I wanted Vince and his entire company to attend Owen's funeral to witness the pain and heartache his death had caused. I wasn't going to achieve that goal if I exploded on him. Regardless of Vince's behavior, I decided I would not let it change me. I'd treat him well, just like anyone else. This was not a personality conflict. I think she should personal conflict. And whether Vince was a nice person or not was irrelevant. If he did something wrong, he would have to stand accountable and adhere to any punishment that might be meted out. But if he wasn't guilty, I didn't want to regret treating him or anyone else in the WWF poorly. From that moment on, I pledged to be cordial to Vince, without excusing him of any responsibility. While I insisted he and the WWF cast attend the funeral, he was initially reluctant. However, he quickly realized it was something he had to do. Once he agreed, I told him I couldn't guarantee how he'd received by others at the funeral, but that I would treat him kindly. As we concluded our brief conversation, I made it clear he was not to include anything from the funeral on his show. I didn't want him to continue profiting in any way from Owen's death. That would be pretty low, I remember telling the Calgary Sun. What do you think happened the one day after Owen's funeral? You want to take a wild guess? I don't know if she showed footage. Yeah, they did. I don't know. I don't remember if she gets into it or not. But yeah, that. Yikes! Oopsie
daisy.
Early Tuesday evening, we got word Owen would be transported home via a private jet at the WWF's expense, as per Owen's contract agreement. Is that like a standard thing in contracts? If you die on our watch, we'll fly you home.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Like, I had to get a hand on the contract.
If I die overseas, I want to be brought back by dragon.
I don't want to make any mean jokes. On the heels of an extremely taxing day that began with the 4 a.m. TV tapings, a limo was dispatched to take me to Calgary International Airport. Brett joined me. As we approached the airport's private entrance, we were met by a slew of reporters and television crews. The driver of the limo drove past the mob up to the private area in the hangar. We remained in the car to avoid photographs, but through the dark tinted windows we could see several men remove Owen's body from the plane. In shocked silence, we watched closely as Owen's body, covered with the Canadian flag, was taken from the airplane on a stretcher and placed gingerly into the hearse. I could see the outline of his face and body through the flag. It became weak as my heart raced. He wasn't in the fucking, casket or nothing?
Yeah, that's...
I guess I just don't know how these things
weird.
work. I've never been in this scenario. I feel like if you're flying
Yeah,
somebody...
you'd think...
they're not just
think
having,
he'd at least come back.
Like, did they have him,
in a
propped
box.
up in the fucking, in a seat? Like, with a glass or something?
Oh, God.
I don't know. Jay Andoranko, does that sound right? A young man who had worked for the productions department in the WWF was assigned the grisly task of escorting Owen's body back to Calgary. I feel like
Just imagining them riding those scooters you can rent down the road together.
Like Weekend at Bernie style.
Yeah.
Ugh, that's mean. He looked rather shaken, although attempting to be of help in removing Owen from the plane. He seemed to be more in the way than anything else. He was drenched in sweat and could not control his nervous shaking. I felt sorry for him. Moments later, we were on our way. We were provided with a police escort all the way to the funeral home, which was half an hour away. News vans followed, as did a media helicopter. I could tell news agencies were disappointed as they hadn't been able to capture much of Owen's arrival. Since none of us got out of the limo, all they got were shots of the procession to the funeral home. Police officers on Harley Davidson surrounded us at all times, and traffic was stopped, so our small pack of vehicles would not be disturbed. Canadian flags fluttered in front of our limos. There was a lot of fanfare. I thought Owen deserved as much. Absolute silence marked the ride to the funeral home as I sat fixated on the silhouette of Owen's frame lying in the hearse ahead. The whole episode felt surreal. I felt like an actor in a play, and this was some big show everyone wanted a glimpse of. The stark reality of it was this was my life. I wasn't at all ready for what was to follow in the days and months ahead. I'm not sure anybody could have been. We pulled into the private garage of McKinnis and Holloway, closing doors behind us to stymie the hungry media. I got out of the car and walked straight to the hearse, standing directly in front of where Owen lay. It was the closest I had been with him, and I wanted desperately to see him for myself. When they opened the doors, he was so close. I could touch him. I was expecting to have to identify him on the spot. However, the director was there to greet us, explaining they would send for me in a few hours when Owen had been prepared for viewing. I went home and waited for further notification. For the entire time, I couldn't help but wonder what they were doing to him. I selected one of Owen's finest suits, the suit I liked him in most. I had given it to the funeral home earlier that day. I sat in my kitchen, tormented by images of him dressed by complete strangers. I thought of the difficult job that would be considering Owen's size. I was a little surprised the funeral home requested to provide socks and underwear along with the suit. It seems somewhat pointless to go through all that trouble, but I guess it was standard procedure. Around 8 p.m., I got a call informed me Owen was ready for viewing, and the car was on the way to pick me up. Initially, I wanted to go alone, but Brett knew it would be a difficult moment to handle and insisted on joining me. We arrived at the funeral home and nervously waited for the director to instruct us. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw another family sitting in one of the lounge areas discussing funeral arrangements. Obviously, someone they loved had died, reminding me that I wasn't the only one having to deal with death and hardship it brought. Briefly pulled out of my own despair, I sympathized with this unknown family. It seemed like a long wait for the director was compounded by the fact I wanted to see Owen so badly. Despite knowing he was dead, I needed to see for myself if it was really true. I was growing impatient when the director finally greeted us. He warned me it might be traumatic to see Owen at first and asked if I was ready. I thought I was. With a nod of my head, he guided us to the viewing room where Owen's body would remain until the funeral. With his hand on the doorknob, he asked me a second time, "Are you ready?" I'm not even going to make the joke.
I know. I'm thinking we're thinking the same thing.
I said! Oh. Okay. I took a deep breath and signaled affirmatively. He opened the door slowly. As he did, I could see the end of the cherrywood coffin I had selected. Then I would see Owen's hand folded over the other. When the door finally opened completely at the first sight of his pale, hollowed face, I turned to scream so loudly that I saw the family in the distant waiting area jump in their seats. Brett clutched me as I tried to run away. It was too awful. I was horrified. I buried my head in Brett's chest and kept repeating the word no. "I don't want to go in," I said, panicking. I was using all my force against Brett, trying to get away. Finally, he completely overpowered me and literally wrestled me into the room. Once he got me through the doorway, the director quickly shut the door behind us. Let me see. I might skip ahead here a little bit.
Okay.
Because he kind of just goes into seeing Owen. I kind of want to get to the funeral because that's kind of where we're at. But I just want to establish that part of the how close Brett and Martha here are at the beginning of the proceedings as soon as Owen gets back to Canada. She's going through his bag. My house was still serving as headquarters. Brett, Keith, and Allison spent large amounts of time there, which I appreciated. Ross popped in from time to time as well. The Hart house also attracted many, including most of Owen's siblings. I was so busy trying to organize a funeral and cover the facts of the fall, keep my kids in order, and deal with the shock of it all that I barely noticed the newspaper coverage. But several Harts continued to relish the spotlight Owen's death afforded them. However, now their comments were changing to a tone that stopped assigning any blame to Vince. Gotta get that paycheck. Gotta get that job.
Yes. Especially Bruce.
Brett was the first one to suggest some of his family members were positioning themselves for jobs with McMahon in the WWF. The comments some of my family members were making echoed the stance being taken by McMahon, suggesting Owen was the one responsible, that there was no one to blame. I wonder where they got the nerve to make such remarks before knowing what truly happened. One of the most sickening stances was taken by Diana's husband, Davey Boy Smith. He told the Calgary Sun he fulfilled Owen's wish by attempting a comeback from a back injury in Owen's honor. As part of his veiled attempt to garner kudos and employment from McMahon, he said WWF brass shouldn't take the blame for Owen's death. They're running a business and we all do crazy things, said Davey, despite the fact he had been dumped by WCW while he lay in a hospital bed battling a serious spinal infection. We're stuntmen. We take our own falls. We use harness and pulleys. It makes me mad when they say wrestling's phony. There's no doubt in my mind all the Harts were generally upset over Owen's death, but as the days wore on, the possibility of a lawsuit increased. Some of the Hart family members felt threatened. A good job opportunity might be disappearing. It was the first sign of trouble within the family. I sensed Vince was making them promises left and right to keep them on side. However, if a lawsuit was launched, the Harts probably felt all of Vince's offers would be taken off the table. At the time, I was too distracted to care what they were up to. However, what did bother me was news Diana had a $10,000 U.S. check issued to her by the WWF. After catching wind of it, I confronted her about it, and she claimed it was to pay for the brothers' pallbearer suits. I later find out the brothers didn't receive any such proceeds. It is clear where she would now stand in any possible legal action against the WWF.
Wow.
I just do want to point out, though, that just to keep it in the back of your mind, that Owen did receive a $100,000 check after the Montreal Screwjob. Just want to put that one out there. I'm not taking sides in this. Following our last conversation, Vince began calling me every night, probably on the advice of his lawyers. At first, I didn't want to speak to him at all, so I cut our conversation short. Then I changed my mind and decided it was best to keep him on the phone as long as possible. I figured he should have to hear how difficult each and every minute was for me. I described the anguish I felt when I took Oj to see his father lying dead in the coffin. Oj became terrified at the first sight of Owen because he thought Owen didn't have any legs. Had to get the director of the funeral to open up the bottom half of the coffin so Oj could see his father was still all in one piece. It's funny how a child's mind perceives things. I told Vince how Athena kept pleading with Owen to wake up. She couldn't understand why her father wouldn't get up. After all, he had always listened to her and obeyed her every word. I felt important that Vince know the suffering that was taking place in my home, not just my misery, but also that of my children, now and in the future. I know Oj and Athena don't totally understand what had happened, nor what the repercussions would be. The severity of their loss wouldn't hit them until their daily routine became so glaringly empty without Owen by their side. When Athena grew up and married, there would be no father to walk her down the aisle. For Oj, there'd be no father to guide him into manhood, no dad in the stands when he played hockey or graduated from high school or university. The thought of it all crushed me. However, as great as all of our losses were, it was Owen who lost everything. As he told me the last night we spent together, he just wanted to keep living. All the unrealized potential. What a terrible shame it all was. And I was sure to let Vince know, night after night, the measure of heartache and distress we were all living within our beloved Owen. I sensed Vince didn't really care. In my mind, his phone calls were just part of damage control strategies devised by his lawyers. He probably even taped them. Their hope was Vince's transparent show of how compassion would lessen the likelihood I would launch a multi-million-dollar negligence lawsuit. Vince kept saying things like, I will take care of you and your children. The problem was, this wasn't about the children or me. This was about Owen. The bottom line was that Vince didn't care of Owen, and he knew deep down he'd have to face the consequences. Anyway, I figured Vince's promises to take care of us would only be in effect until the statute of limitations ran out, at which point it was doubtful he'd even remember my name. I had mixed feelings about speaking with Vince night after night. One part of me felt disgusted with him, but the other side of me still felt empathy. He was in the worst position of his life, and he knew it. Like a trapped animal, he would do whatever he could to escape. My main mission was to get him to the funeral. I wanted him to see Owen in the coffin. That was very important to me. I figured he truly didn't appreciate what happened to Owen. Vince's wrestling business did a good job of mocking every aspect of life and death. The Undertaker gimmick was a prime example. The Undertaker played the part of a guy who died and then came back to life as a corpse. He often had matches in which he put people in the body bags or tried to bury them alive. Even on the night of Owen's death, The Undertaker opened the show with the promises of carnage. My theory was that Vince had lived so long in a fantasy world he created that, like several members of the Hart family, he didn't know fact from fiction. Owen's death was as real as the pain and suffering I was enduring, and Vince would have to wake up and see it for what it was. Despite the fact he was one of America's wealthiest men and had a great deal of power, there's no way he'd weasel out of this one. There's no trap door. You tell that to Davey. Eventually he'd have to face me one-on-one. Any thoughts so far while I take a drink here?
This whole situation, I mean, it's crazy. If you really think about it, you go through the Hart family history, how there was never really a big blow up between the siblings and the parents until this. And with that amount of kids, that amount of like local celebrity, the Harts were almost like the perfect wrestling family until these events. They're like the opposite of the Von Erichs, you know?
Yeah, they're...
The Von Erichs were rich, but no good ever happened to them. The Harts were poor, but a lot of good happened to them.
Do you think they'll ever make a Hart movie?
No, because Brett would want too much money.
Do you think they will make a Hart movie in 35 years?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Let's move over to Hitman, Bret Hart. My life,
okay.
My real life in the cartoon world of wrestling. So we've gotten to the point of the actual funeral in
all right.
Martha's book. So now let's see the other main character in the story. What a good old Bret is up to. He just got back from his hockey game. He is now back in Calgary. As he pulled into Stu's yard around 11 that morning, the Hart house never looked so sad. Dean's old, crippled pit bull Lana was the first to greet me, her tail whacking at my car door. I thought to myself that Owen would have laughed at the notion that the old dog outlived both Dean and him. Some reporters made their way back up the porch steps. Stu was sitting at the head of the dining room table, going through pictures of Owen. I reached out for his big hand and put my other hand on his shoulder. In the living room, grandkids were huddled together in little groups, softly crying while various members of the family were giving interviews. My mom politely excused herself from the group of reporters to give me a big hug, crying as she held me tight. The story of Owen's fatal fall was covered by news outlets worldwide, all of which were asking if pro wrestling had gone too far. We listened to a couple of those at the end of part 1 there. When Owen had been dying in Kansas City, Martha had been home packing for the big move into their new dream house across the road from what used to be Clearwater Beach. Leaving the media circus at the Hart House, I drove over to see her. I was amazed by her composure. She had already called a lawyer friend of hers by the name of Pam Fisher to seek legal advice. I watched the news with Martha, and there, on camera, was Davey, looking much better than he had done in a long time. I couldn't believe it, and when Davey said that Owen's death was just an accident and that it was nobody's fault. Who was Davey to say whose fault it was when the police were still investigating what had happened? Davey then vowed that he returned to the WWF to win the title in Owen's honor. I left Martha to go see my own kids. Owen was their closest uncle, and like the rest of the Hart grandkids, they were taking it hard. Perhaps it was a blessing that Owen's own children, Oj and Athena, were still too young to really understand that their dad was never coming back. When Julie comforted me, I broke down crying hard, sitting on the front steps. It felt like somehow I was responsible. Because of my experience with dealing with the media, Martha asked me to be a spokesperson for herself and her family. In the days after Owen died, I asked Marcy to relocate permanently to Calgary to run my office and be my personal assistant. I got her a ticket on the next flight out of New York. I did Good Morning America at 4 a.m. Calgary time in Stu's living room with Martha and my parents. I arrived unshaven and weary. Martha's lawyers were there to guard against anything being said that could jeopardize her legal standing with the WWF. So I focused on how the business had strayed too far from the premise of two athletes telling a story using only their bodies. Pro wrestling became a can you top this ratings war of increasingly more dangerous stunts and sleazy storylines. Owen was no stuntman, and clearly someone didn't know what they were doing. A union for wrestlers was long overdue, I said. At least if we had one, there would be guidelines to distinguish between wrestling and stunt work, and there would be protection when someone got hurt. Meanwhile, Vince left me numerous phone messages pleading with me to call him back. I couldn't bring myself to do it until I had a better idea of his role in Owen's death. At this time, Vince has not called Martha, but he's blowing up Brett's phone. On Thursday morning, May 27th, Martha asked me to come with her to meet the plan bringing Owen home. We watched as a closed... he says it's a closed casket. Draped with a big Canadian flag was placed into a hearse. The next morning at the viewing, I stared down Owen in his coffin laying there with his fingers laced across his chest. It didn't look like him. When I kissed his cold cheek, it struck me that my little brother felt like a porcelain doll. Soothing his hair, I kept asking, Owen, what were you thinking? I finally relented enough on the Vince front to have Carlo arrange to have Vince meet me on a park bench overlooking the Bow River, where I spent so much time thinking about what Vince had done to me. Soon, 3 limos pulled up at my old house. I led them to the park. A Calgary policeman told me sometime later that Vince had hired him and some undercover cops to stake out our meeting in case I got violent. Apparently, Vince was wearing a wire. The cops had heard every word of our meeting and had been impressed with my dignity. That whole May was cold in Calgary, and the backdrop of our meeting was a watercolor sky of ashen gray and swollen, black, angry clouds that would be crying along with us before long. Vince wore a long, heavy coat. He slapped me hard on the shoulders, hugged me, and told me how sorry he was. This is the worst thing that ever happened in the business, to the nicest guy who was ever in the business. He asked me if he should go to Stu's. I suggested that he might want to wait until after the funeral. I left the Hart House not an hour earlier, and Bruce or Ellie were still screaming for his head. But I didn't see the need to tell Vince that. When I asked him what happened, he told me he didn't know. He didn't know all the details. He was in makeup at the time. I told him that, in all likelihood, Martha would be suing him. I gave him fair warning that he had anything to tell me, they should go ahead, but they didn't need to talk about it. He accepted that and seemed to relax a little. I told Vince that I didn't appreciate that they went on the show after Owen died. He replied that nobody knew what to do. They were so shocked. They were afraid that the fans might riot if he stopped the show. That struck me as ridiculous. And I said that if Shane had been dropped from the ceiling, Vince would have stopped it so fast. He stared out the river and simply said, "We didn't know what to do." I also didn't appreciate them airing a replay for profit either. I didn't like watching Raw the day after Owen's death, when wrestlers sick with grief were given no choice about pouring their hearts out on live TV for ratings. I said a more fitting tribute to Owen would have been to celebrate his career by showing his matches. Then I sighed and told Vince this never would have happened to Owen if I'd been there. Owen always came to me for advice, and I have shot such a stupid idea down. Vince finally admitted, though, that I didn't know whether I could believe him. That there isn't a day that goes by that I don't regret what I did to you. You need to come back and finish your career with me. I could put the belt back on you. I could have a storyline for you by tomorrow morning. Damn. I couldn't imagine getting back in the ring. I couldn't imagine getting back in the ring ever again, I replied. And aside from that, I just re-signed with WCW for another 2 years. Vince seemed to mean it if there's anything he could do for me. When I still worked for him, we talked about doing a best of Bret Hart video collection. But that was more than unlikely after Montreal. I didn't have much of a history of Vince locked everything up I did in a warehouse somewhere. Well, it would mean a lot to me if I could have access to my video history and photos whenever I need them. He cut me off. Anything you want. I don't want to lose my legacy. I don't want to be forgotten. You don't even need to ask. Anything you want. I found myself thanking him, telling him how much the simple gesture meant to me, especially under the circumstances. If the police cleared Vince, then maybe I could forgive him. After 2 hours on that park bench exchanging stories about Owen and finally even managed to laugh a little, for better or worse, Vince and I had a 14-year of shared history. We shook hands and headed back to our cars. So I want to play you a clip, Logan. You're going to like this clip. Vince McMahon did a off-the-record interview in 1999 after this. And he talks about this. Do you think Vince and Bret have a same recount of this meeting on the bench? You might be muted.
I did. I hit the mute.
It's so good. Yeah, so let's listen to Vince off the record, 1999.
Off the record.
Vince McMahon has agreed to speak one-on-one in a no-holds-barred interview with us today. Vince, thank you very much for the opportunity to do so.
My pleasure.
And Vince, we should put it on the line right now. You have told me, ask whatever you want. There are no rules, no stipulations about this.
None.
So let me throw it out to you. Owen Hart died. 1 hour later, Jim Ross came on with the tragic news to the audience at home, and yet you continued that pay-per-view event. Many people have questioned you for that, have criticized you for that.
Sure.
Why didn't you stop it?
Well, I think that all of the different labels and different...
Sorry, it skipped ahead for some reason. It went to like 19 minutes.
Oh.
Have criticized you for that.
Sure.
Why didn't you stop it?
Well, I think that when you're, first of all, this is the first time, and hopefully the last, any incident like this ever occurs in the WWF. And it's an excellent question as to why we continued on, because we have been criticized by many. Some also have supported us for continuing on. It was one of the most difficult things we've ever had to do, was to continue on. Quite frankly, for better or for worse, and people are going to think a lot worse of me for saying this. At the time, we didn't think of not continuing. None of the performers, none of the producers, not me, no one. Now, whether or not that is because as performers it is ingrained in us that the show must go on, I don't know. No one thought of stopping the show at that time.
So when you look back at it then, because at the time you're acting emotionally and
Right.
you're shocked like everyone else, and maybe you're almost in a trance given what has happened. But as you look back and you say, if I could do it again,
Right.
would you have stopped the show?
Well, firstly, let me say that by continuing with the show, certainly, even in hindsight, there was no disrespect to anyone intended. None whatsoever.
None intended.
Right.
But I'm not sure that disrespect was not laid on the Owen Hart family. I'm not sure that if I was a family member
Right.
and someone close to me had died in the ring, and as you put it, what you do, your business is entertainment, and you allowed the entertainment to continue with the blood of Owen Hart still in the ring, I'm not sure that's not disrespectful to Owen Hart and his family.
It may be, from your standpoint. Again, it was something that we did not think about. No one thought about stopping the show. We all thought about how difficult it was going to be to get through. I think we had 2 other events after Owen's incident. After we found out Owen actually had passed away, we had 2 other events. Because quite frankly, we didn't know when Owen left the ring. Then we didn't know. We had hoped for the very best. But we did get word from the hospital that he had passed away, and we had 2 other matches to go on. It was very difficult to do that, but we got through it somehow as performers.
Why didn't you tell the live audience? Jim Ross came on and very eloquently and I think very appropriately told the audience watching at home via pay-per-view that Owen Hart had died. Yet the people in Kansas City, Missouri at the arena didn't know that. Why didn't you tell them?
Well, my guts were telling me, don't announce to the live audience that Owen passed away. And I don't exactly know why, really, other than the fact that I don't know that it was necessarily fair for someone who was there to have that announcement. They were going to find out for sure, as everyone else in the world found out in due time. Was it appropriate at that time to announce after the event was over, oh, by the way, Owen passed away? That doesn't seem right to me. I don't know what would have happened to the audience. I don't know how they would have felt. I don't know what they would have done, whether or not there could have been any panic or what have you. I don't know. It just seemed not to be the right thing to do to announce to the live audience that Owen had passed away.
There's so many issues that come from this, and it seems wherever you went, there was criticism that came your way.
Sure.
You went to the funeral with your entire roster in Calgary. I want to talk about that, but before that, I want to talk about your meeting with Bret Hart. Was it your first meeting since the Survivor Series and the breakup between you and Bret? Very much publicized. He punched you. He spit on you. You changed the script on him. On our show, you talked about how you did it.
Right.
Was that the first meeting since then?
Yes, it was.
And what did you guys talk about?
Out of respect to Owen, I met with Bret. Otherwise, I'd have no reason to meet with Bret. Only out of respect to Owen. And Bret carried the entire conversation. I really thought he wanted to talk about Owen. He mentioned Owen in one sentence, and the rest of it was about Bret. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was all
What kinds of things
about
did he
Bret.
say?
I had ruined his marriage. I'd ruined his career. He wanted to go back to that incident at the Survivor Series. All he wanted to talk about was himself. Nothing to do with his brother. It was like, I was like looking in the eyes of a skeleton in some respects. It seemed like that he wasn't human. It was a very weird experience.
So what do you feel like there in the funeral home, in that setting? You're surrounded by the Harts, who obviously are feeling a lot of anger towards you. The Ultimate Warrior, Hogan is there. I mean, guys who don't like you. You're clearly there in enemy territory. Give the viewer an idea what it felt like to be Vince McMahon in that situation.
Well, firstly, it was my duty to be there. And I wanted to be there. Whether I was persona non grata or not. Owen's widow, Martha, asked me to be there. So I wanted to be there on my own anyhow. And regardless of me being persona non grata, at that, I didn't care about me in terms of what people were thinking about me. I could care less at that time. That wasn't the time for me to be thinking about me. It was the time to be thinking about Owen.
Vince, people said that you were thinking about publicity, about public relations, about image. You knew that there would be lots of cameras there, and people have questioned the motivation of you bringing the entire roster there, that they think that you were doing this to try to put the best possible image on the company. Now, before you answer that, some of the criticism, I think, or at least some of the questioning, I think, is valid in the sense that when Brian Pillman passed away 2 years earlier, there was nobody from the WWF there, a much less publicized event.
Well, that was an entirely different set of circumstances as well. I mean, I went to Brian's wake. I didn't go to his funeral because of a conflict. But as far as, again, this instance is concerned, Owen's widow Martha asked that as many people as possible on the roster come to Calgary. So I allowed that to happen. Anyone who wanted to go, it wasn't the entire roster, but anyone who wanted to go, you know, I'd be happy to make it as convenient as possible for them to go. And a lot of people wanted to go because Owen was a wonderful human being and a great friend, you know, to many of us in the WWF.
In terms of the funeral itself, I want to ask you this question as it relates to Owen Hart and all of the people that were there. You saw that as your opportunity to make a statement. You came forward and you say that you paid for the funeral. Martha has come forward, his widow, and said that you did not. What's the truth the way you see it?
Again, you have to understand in all of this, I don't blame the Canadian public for looking at me as the bad guy and looking at me for, on every, notwithstanding my character on television, but I'm hardly a sympathetic individual, nor would I ask for any sympathy. But when you look at this, I'm at a tremendous disadvantage in this situation because of this tragedy with Owen, and Owen leaving his wife and his 2 young children. So naturally, the Canadian sympathy, if not sympathy all over the world, is justifiably and rightfully, you know,
Did you pay for the
support. Well, here's what happened. We contacted the funeral home, sent our deposit, and what Martha wanted was a very lavish funeral. Fine. If that's what she wanted, then that's what we were going to give her, and we had a blank check to the funeral home. Subsequent to the funeral being over, we understand that she, I guess on advice of attorneys, I don't know, decided to come in and pay for part of the funeral. But, and you say that I say, you know, I paid for part of the funeral. Well, the only reason you can say that is because I wrote a letter to the Calgary Sun. Not a letter that was to be published, by the way. A letter just for the record to the editor to state that, hey, look, you know, things are being said here. I don't wish to engage Martha in a public debate. I don't win that in terms of sympathy, regardless of the facts. She could be lying through her teeth. You know, I'm not going to win regardless of the facts. So I did write a letter to the Calgary Sun simply stating the facts. And those facts were, yes, that I thought we were paying for the entire funeral. We were asked to, in a very lavish one at that, one of the most lavish funerals, I guess, you know, ever, which is great. If that's what Martha wanted for Owen in terms of a send-off, then that's fine. If I can support that in any way, you know, by bringing as many talents as would come, paying their way, things of that nature to make sure that they're there so they don't go out of pocket for their expenses or whatever, I'm happy to do that. I was only happy to do that. All of that, of course, was sort of turned around, and I would suggest that that the reason, or one of the reasons why there is such a bad PR type situation here really doesn't rest so much with Owen's widow Martha as it does with Brett, because Brett was right in Martha's ear, and all of the publicity, all of the talk shows, all of the media and this, you know, Brett talking horrible about WWF fans, and sure, I mean, there's no question there's that personal, you know, vitriol that he has with me. I mean, that's the entire hour and some conversation was all about that when Brett and I spoke, not anything at all about Owen. So I mean, I think that, you know, in a vulnerable position as Martha was, I credit Brett for being in her ear, and I just don't know that some of the actions that have been taken by Martha and by the Hart family aren't solely rest on Brett's shoulders.
He is Vince McMahon. He's the president.
So, I let that run a little longer because this will probably be the only time we ever hear from Vince, especially on this day. So it was Brett made it all by himself. He kind of alluded to an issue I believe we'll get into here eventually, but two different recountings of this meeting out at the park from two very trustworthy people, I would say.
I think so, from First Judgment.
Yeah, for sure. Next, let's head over to Diana Hart-Smith. What does she have to say?
Old man.
A lot of characters going on here. We're now at the morning of the funeral. The morning of the funeral, Vince called and apologized profusely. "I'm sorry, Diana. It was a terrible accident. Owen was a truly great man. It was just a joy to know him." His grief-stricken and struggling with the words out. "If I had the power to change things, I would take his place right now. I want to do that. I want to do what I can for Martha, Oj, and Athena. Linda and I want to make things right with your mom and dad. Nothing can bring Owen back. I know that, but I want the help. I am so sorry." Vince, his wife Linda, son Shane, and daughter Stephanie were quite emotional at the service. My father hadn't seen each other in a long time. When they came face to face, it was the affecting moment for the both of them. They embraced. Vince chuckled as he told me that one time Owen and Davey borrowed some baby farm animals and pygmy goats from the hogmen and herded them into Vince's office. When he walked in, they had eaten most of his papers on his desk. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't be mad at the guy. Hollywood Hulk Hogan also showed up to pay his respects to our family.
Triple H, Hollywood Hulk Hogan.
He told us how one time Owen leased a rental car and offered him a ride. I said sure, so I get in and we start driving when he suddenly started slurring his words and weeping on the road like he smashed. I was terrified. I thought he was drunk. I yelled at him to pull over. He starts crying like he's crazy drunk. It was so convincing. My heart was pounding. I thought I was in the car with a nutty drunk driver when he suddenly turns to me and smiles, sober as a judge. "Terry, you know I don't drink." Hollywood shook his head. He had more energy than anyone I ever knew. I sure hope he left some of us to spread around. Other wrestlers flew into Calgary to be with us. The Edge and his partner Christian Cage, Triple H, Chyna, Ken Shamrock, Chris Jericho, Brian Blair, Mark Henry, Melanie Pillman, Jeff Jarrett and his wife Deborah, McMichael, Mick Foley, Shane Douglas, Chris Benoit and his wife Nancy, Johnny Smith, Animal, Dory and Terry Funk and their wives, and Kane, The Rock, and The Undertaker. It was heartwarming to watch Dad sit in a metal chair on the lawn on the porch, holding court as they gathered around to listen to his war stories. Mick Foley, better known as Mankind, is a bit of a maniac in the ring. He used to stuff Mr. Socko, his pet sock, into the mouths of his opponents after he'd beaten them to a pulp. He wore a leather mask reminiscent of Hannibal Lecter in Silence of the Lambs. But in person, he's missing his front teeth, his forehead is terribly scarred. He comes across as a gentle, intellectual, very thoughtful man. The bonding shared with Owens was they were both family men dedicated to their wives and children. He was teary-eyed when he told me about the time Owen pulled one of his famous pranks. We were flying to some northern location in the Maritimes and was waiting at the luggage carousel when I noticed this guy with one of those video cameras. You know, the kind that was the folding out viewing screen. he was aiming at China. I could see he zoomed in on her chest. That made me so mad. I went over to the guy and I said, "Hey, you can't do that. That's disrespectful. I want you to rewind that tape and erase that right now." I was angry. While this was going on, Owen saw me arguing with this guy, and he came over and said, "Hey, give me that thing." He took the camera and said, "Now, Mick, stand next to this fellow and put your arm around him." I said, "Owen, go away, Owen, this guy." But Owen tried to put my arm around him again and said, "Hey, I'll tape you two together. Come on, Mick, put your arm around him." So I end up on this jerk's videotape looking like his pal with my arm around him. Mick shook his head. He's always doing the ribs. Another time I was bragging to him how I got a good rate at this hotel. Well, I got unpacked and the phone rings. It's the hotel manager with a British accent. He says, "I'm sorry, Mr. Foley, but we made a mistake on your rate and we'll have to charge you more." I said, "What do you mean? We agreed on the rate." As the British guy says, "I'm sorry, sir. We're going to have to charge you more. By the way, are you from that WWF?" I said, "Yes, I am."
Oh my.
He says, "Is wrestling fake?" I replied, "Well, 62% of it is real, but one time a guy got it down to 57% and he was fired." The Englishman laughed and said, "Ho, ho, ho, you are very funny, sir. We're still going to have to charge you more." Of course, it turned out to be Owen. It seems like a lot of people, she did it and Brett does it here in his book. They put this poem in from Davy Boy Smith, because apparently it didn't get read at the funeral and they're all upset about it. And I'm going to make the second decision. I'm not going to read it here. I'm not going to read it here either.
Sounds like a plan.
All right. Let's go back to Martha.
Okay.
Back to Martha. I know we're kind of flipping back and forth, but it's kind of hard to keep this day together because they all kind of bounce around. Doing the best I can here. But I'll skip ahead because Martha is just really detailed in her book. We'll be here for hours. I gotta get through these pictures here.
Isn't it crazy too?
Okay.
That both the Guerreros and the Harts had that situation of people that were angry with the WWE, but then also the people that needed that paycheck. And that we know for both sides who wanted the paycheck. Like, that's crazy.
Do you think it would have went differently if it happened? Like if there was, well, 'cause WCW was kind of, I don't know, they were still around.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I feel like because they're actually doing it because they think that Vince is the only option they have.
Right. Yeah.
Because I know
so you're saying if there was like an AEW alternative at the time,
like a type, yeah, where it's like you're gonna get paid no matter what type deal.
Yep.
Anyway, so we've got to the funeral from Martha's perspective here. Kind of skipped ahead because she has a couple pages of pictures and like the morning of that we don't really need to get into. Again, if you're interested, anybody listening, this is a fantastic book to read. But like I said, it's very detailed. She doesn't spare any expense on ink. Meanwhile, 3 busloads of WWF wrestlers pull up outside, complete with a black banner reading, "Owen, you'll always be in our hearts." One by one, the wrestlers and the WWF staff members stepped off their buses wearing suits and black armbands that had Owen on them. A host of high-profile wrestlers, including The Rock, Gorilla Monsoon, Sergeant Slaughter, Road Dogg, Chris Jericho, Mankind, and Jeff Jarrett, filed slowly into the funeral home while a light drizzle blanketed close to 2,000 murmuring wrestling fans outside. They came wearing everything from hockey jerseys and wrestling t-shirts to suit and ties. The odd pocket of fans apparently cheered at the sight of several big-name wrestlers before being hushed by respectful elders, reminding them it was a funeral, not a performance. Hogan! Hogan!
I love you, Kane!
Road Dogg,
Dead
you
man!
suck! Hey, Double J! Either way, it was a day of raw emotions. I could hardly blame anyone if they were exactly how to respond at all. Many people later commented on the tight red t-shirt wrestler Chyna wore over her massive fake breasts.
Oh my god.
It may have been inappropriate garb for a funeral, but knowing wrestlers the way I do, I knew how hard it was for some of them to step out of character even for some somber occasion as this. I didn't know Chyna that well, but the few times I met her, she was always extremely polite, and I wasn't overly concerned by her indiscretion. Owen told me many times that she was a friendly person. When everyone was finally sitting aside, we were given the go-ahead to begin what felt like the longest walk of my life. Taking my two children by the hand, Owen to my right, Athena to my left, I walked slowly into the chapel. Brett led us in, acting like a shield from the hundreds of pairs of eyes that turned towards the children and me. I kept my head down and focused on Brett's feet. I see all the pairs of legs that I walked by a great many people. I looked up briefly and saw sad expressions everyone wore on their faces. Brett let us in, acting... I had instructed the funeral home to have Owen in plain view at the back of the room so whoever entered the chapel would walk by his open coffin. I wanted everyone to see he was really gone. I wanted them all to see what death really looked like and what had happened to him. When we approached the coffin, I told the children to say a final goodbye to their father and to tell them they loved him. They both did. They both did so and touched his carefully folded arm. I don't think they truly understood that they were saying goodbye forever, but I knew they would remember years down the road that be glad they did. I let both of their hands go as it was my turn to say my final goodbye. I reached into the coffin and hugged Owen for what seemed like a long time. I whispered in his ear as if he could hear me. Don't worry, Owen. I won't let them get away with this. They will pay for what they have done to you. I love you. I kissed him on the lips, our final kiss goodbye. Once again, I reached for the children's hands and we completed our somber journey to the front of the chapel, where Owen's closed casket would be relocated, adorned with roses as we filed past rows and rows of friends and supporters. I was careful to keep my head down. I'm going to skip ahead again a little bit. Oh, here, I'll read this because I just saw his name. I arranged my papers before I was about to begin. I noticed a few faces I wasn't expecting to see. Hulk Hogan was one of them. He was perhaps the most famous wrestler of all time, and Owen truly liked and respected this man, who largely credited with spearheading wrestling's surge in the popularity in the 80s and 90s. I was pleasantly surprised to see him sitting so solemnly, dressed in a black suit with his platinum hair poking out of his black bandana. I thought how nice it was he came all the way from his home in Florida. It's a nice little shout out to Hulk there, you know.
Friend of the show, Hulk Hogan.
Friend of the show. Yeah, I'm really, I don't know. We're like an hour and a half drive from his beach shop.
You should go and pay the $600 for an autograph for me.
You can Venmo me $600 and I'll get it for you.
No.
All right, then you're not getting it. Apparently, McMahon had slipped in a side door with his wife, son, and daughter, but I didn't see him, nor was I looking for him. As I began to speak, I was a little worried Athena would cry. I instructed my sister Virginia to let her join me at the podium if she started to fuss. Sure enough, throughout my speech, I could hear Athena faintly calling, "Mommy, Mommy, Mommy." However, she was not acting at all as so she remained in her seat. I began the eulogy by stating, I loved him, I loved him, I loved him, because I felt I loved him at least 3 times more than most people love their spouses. Any comment to that, Logan? Do you love your spouse 3 times less than Martha did?
Nope. I understand where she's coming from, but nope.
It's not a pissing contest here, right? We all love each other.
Right? Yeah.
I explained how I couldn't sleep the night before, not because I was afraid to get up and speak, but because I didn't know how to say goodbye. All week I had been able to visit Owen at the funeral home, and even though he was dead, I could still see him and spend time with him. I knew after the funeral I'd never see him again, and that was hard to take. I made a point of thanking everyone for coming to celebrate Owen's life, because as awful as it was he had died, he has certainly lived a wonderful life, one worth celebrating. I told of Owen's school days, and of his 3 best high school buddies, John Esther Scott Thompson and Darian Zier, all of whom were in attendance despite having scattered all over the globe. Each of them turned out to be radically different, but they always maintained their friendship with their buddy Owen. John was an Alberta cattle rancher, Scott was a highly intellectual Ottawa businessman, and Darren was a free spirit who lived in a commune-type arrangement in Los Angeles, writing books on yoga. And then there was Owen the jokester, who turned out to be a wrestler, of all things. He was athletic, he was smart, he was cute, and he had a car. And that meant something to me at the age of 15. I talked about one of my first dates with Owen, how he ran out of gas. I described some of the pranks he played on me. I made it clear Owen was a good everything to everyone, a good husband, father, son, brother, friend, and neighbor. He was kind to all, and I told of our inseparable attachment and how he hated having to be apart. I described our life together, the plans and dreams we sadly never realized. I spoke of our upcoming plans to celebrate our 10-year anniversary by taking a train ride to Vancouver. I also talked about our plans to return to Europe for our 25th anniversary, where we'd take the Orient Express to revisit some of the cities we saw as young couple struggling to get by. This time, we'd ride first class. We knew what we were doing today, tomorrow, next week, next year, 10 years from now. We had this great life planned, and all we had to do was live it. Now I don't know how to walk over that lonely bridge alone. Pointing out we were supposed to move into our dream house 3 days earlier, I talked about reluctantly deciding to move in without him. Sometimes I felt like a dreamer without a dream, that our dream together now, I have to move on alone. I told people I didn't want anyone to pity me or my children as we'd rise above this tragedy. I wasn't going to use my platform as an opportunity to state my plan of action, but I did feel people should be given a prelude of what was to come. I was not going to lie down on this. I would gain some form of restitution for Owen. I am a very forgiving person. I am not bitter or angry, but there will be a day of reckoning, and this is my final promise to Owen. And I won't let him down. I know you guys obviously can't see that, but as I finished reading that, a huge lightning strike just fucking went outside my window. That was eerie. That was eerie. I will say that. All right.
Oh yeah, it's loud enough I can hear it.
You can hear it.
Thunder.
It was I'm gonna try to finish up, get through the last of the funeral here.
Okay.
Because I think that's the most important thing.
Oh yeah.
When I returned home, I asked my sister if she could watch Oj and Athena while I had a nap. They had proven to be the most emotionally taxing day of my life. I thought I would literally fall over if I did not lie down. The media would be coming shortly, and there was no way I could possibly deal with all that in my present condition. CNN had lined me up for an interview on Larry King Live. Falling into a deep sleep for close to 2 hours, Virginia woke me 15 minutes before us to appear on the show broadcast around the world. I dozed off again. She returned 5 minutes before airtime and brought me downstairs where she sat me beside Brett, fixed me up with a microphone, and started the interview before I even had time to brush my hair. Worried about legal ramifications of what I might say, Pam Fisher stood behind the cameraman coaching me on what questions I should dance around. Sure enough, Larry asked if it was safe to assume there would be a lawsuit. Well, I don't think it's ever safe to assume anything, was my response, earning a thumbs up from Pam. Brett took the opportunity to echo Owen's concerns over the targeting of young wrestling viewers. I always thought it was a shame because I think Vince McMahon almost built his company on the backs of little children. I wouldn't say he exploited it, but he generated a lot of money from kids, and he took this sort of radical direction he's taken. He still sells kids these toys, but at the same time, the shows are totally unviewable for children. Within hours, our Larry King interview being aired, McMahon had the audacity to defy my direct request to keep footage of Owen's funeral off his show. Despite promises to on the contrary, he opened the Monday Night Raw with snippets of his wrestlers at the funeral home. It was such a violation, I was devastated. His disrespect had reached new levels. He later tried to suggest I was so distraught that I might have forgotten about giving the go-ahead to Carl DeMarco. It was pure crap. Up until that time, I had tried so hard to deal with him fairly and with decency, but at that moment it became clear to me that my suspicions had been verified. He was scum. I could see at that point all we had been doing the last week was sizing one another up. Now it was clear the fight was on. Whew. Yikes.
Situations, yikes.
Yeah. Let's go back to Brett real quick, because
okay.
That Wednesday morning, tears came. This is Brett. This Wednesday morning
Okay.
Tears came to my eyes reading about my brother's funeral in the morning papers while listening to Tom Petty sing about having a room at the top of the world not coming down. I'd be leaving for Missouri the next day with Martha, Pam Fisher, and Ed Papella, Martha's other Calgary lawyer. I had no misgivings about supporting Martha, who was determined to see the WF pay dearly for destroying her life and her husband. I also needed someone to tell me for sure that Owen had not been murdered in some way. So I swore to Martha that I would be there for her no matter what happened. But I was having a tough time trying to get some of the Harts to stop talking to the media about Owen's death. Still, my kids were over for a visit. The sound of them playing lifted my spirits. I remember we were in Calgary. Owen would grab his 2 carry-on bags, ready to race down the ramp as soon as the plane doors opened because Martha and the kids were always there waiting. As I flipped through the Calgary Herald, I couldn't get over the smiling face of my sister Diana, looking way too happy for the occasion as she posed with a bunch of sad wrestlers flanking a deflated Stu. There was a quote from Diana in the paper that made my blue blood boil.
Uh-oh.
Dad is like a father figure to Vince, and Vince felt like Owen was one of his sons. Why couldn't they just say no comment, at least until the criminal investigation was over, and we knew whether any charges would be laid against Vince or his organization? This is what Owen's widow had asked us all to do. I phoned Diana, and I wasn't surprised that she turned on me like a grass fire. She blistered my heart when she tore into me how Owen was a better wrestler than me and that I was jealous and I had always held him back. She defended Vince, saying that this was no different than if Owen had hit his head in a cage match. Accidents happen.
Shit.
All you have to say is no comment, I said. How hard is that, Diana? Vince hasn't even been cleared of criminal charges. You hold it against Vince for what he did to you at Survivor Series because you didn't want to do the job for Shawn Michaels. You've got a vendetta, and you're the only one that wants to sue anybody. Diana, this is about Martha. It's her decision. Then Ellie was suddenly on the extension. I should have been so hurt or surprised when she coldly fired back. You know, Brett, I've hated your guts since the day you were born, and I'm glad to tell you that. Oh my God. I listened to them both screaming and yelling as if though someone was pouring scalding water down my back. I was trying so hard to stand up for the whole family, to make them proud. And what I was asking Ellie and Diana to do was only what Owen would have asked of them himself, if he could have. I rose, clutching the phone, and erupted in a loud, booming voice. If you two think for 1 minute that you're going to use Owen's death to get your husband's jobs, if you don't support Martha and Owen's kids right now, I will never, ever talk to either of you ever again. I slammed the phone down hard and sat with my hands trembling as kids all gathered around to comfort me. Then I actually called my mom to tell her the vicious, biting words that Ellie and Diana had said to me. As though I were a little kid again, she told me that she and Stu were firm in their decision to support Martha. It was the only thing to do. It was their decision. It had nothing to do with me. Why do they all hate me so much, I asked, and she broke down. Darling, they're all just so damn jealous of you. Jealousy's an ugly thing, and some of your brothers and sisters are infected with it. They don't mean it. They just wish that they could all be like you and have what you have. You think, let's see. That's fine, because she has to talk about it. Let's see what she says about this phone call with Brett.
Again, it's crazy that being a wrestling family, right? One of the sisters was blaming Brett and his wrestling for why he wanted to sue, even though she's in a wrestling family and knows, like, he kind of doesn't give a shit, you know, about the outcomes, except for that one.
Well, so this is what Diana said. Davey and I were featured in a 2-page spread in the Calgary Herald, and I spoke to a reporter at the funeral, telling her that I thought Vince felt badly because he was somewhat of a father figure to Owen, and my dad was a father figure to Vince. When Brett read this, he came positively unglued. He called me on the phone. What's going on with you? What's the deal between you and Vince? I was puzzled. What do you mean, what's the deal between me and Vince? Well, are you working with him? Do you have a job? Why? What are you talking about? What's Davey doing right now? I replied that Davey was vomiting over a deck railing. He just had a CAT scan and the dye shot was making him sick. Why are you screaming, Brett? Then he ranted about my quote in the newspaper. He said I was blowing this deal for Martha. It's a $500 million lawsuit that we are trying to file against WWF for negligence. Vince McMahon is a murderer. I said, Brett, all I said was that Vince McMahon thinks of Dad as a father figure and thought of Owen as one of his own sons. This infuriated him more. What was I then? What was I at Survivor Series? Well, I don't know, Brett. I shrugged. It seems so ridiculous talking about what happened to him at Survivor Series compared to Owen's death. How did that relate to the quote I made with Vince at Owen's funeral? I don't know. Maybe he needed somewhere to vent, but he just exploded. Oh my God. Listen, you bitch. If I see you, I'll kill you. If I see you walking across the street, I'll run you down with my car. I'm going to tear you and David to shreds. If I ever see you at Mom's house, if I ever see you two, I kept holding the phone away from my ear, but the scream could easily be heard from several feet away. Both Davey and Ellie were in the kitchen listening. Brett has a newspaper column in the Calgary Sun, and he used it to threaten us. I am going to put in my column how Davey was in rehab for 7 weeks and how you tried to kill yourself. You need to see a shrink. You need to see a shrink, you bitch. You're nuts. Vince McMahon murdered my brother. He was my brother too, Brett. Obviously, he wasn't. Fucking not even 24 hours after the funeral. Brett, Mom and Dad did not want to get into the lawsuit with Vince McMahon right now. It was an accident. Owen didn't do anything that he didn't want to do. And if anybody thought it would have ended up the way it did, if we all had the gift to foresee the future, then Vince McMahon would never have allowed it. But Owen was capable of making his own decisions. He got strapped into the harness. He got hoisted up above the ring on his own accord. He had done it before. He couldn't say no. He would have been fired. He would have lost his job. No, he wouldn't have, Brett. He started ringing me out again, so I put the phone next to the radio just to aggravate him. He called back about a half an hour later. Ellie was still at the house with me. This time she got on the phone. Brett started all over again. He said, I just got off the phone with Mom, and she told me to do whatever I want. So I'm going to make sure Mom and Dad file a lawsuit against Vince and the WWF. Ellie sighed. Vince didn't push Owen off a ladder, Brett. Why don't you just calm down? I got an extension phone just as Brett was laying into Ellie. You know what, Ellie? Owen thought you were a loser.
It could be.
Ellie started to cry. I tried to defend her. Why are you saying this, Brett? You shut up. Owen never even liked you anyway. I don't think that's true, Brett. I had a relationship with Owen you would never understand. Really? Martha told me Owen had no use for you. He didn't even like you. Ellie interrupted. Stop it, Brett. Diana and Owen were. I think that's Owen's death out of everyone in the family will affect her and Ross and Bruce more than anyone. Well, Martha didn't know Owen the way I did. Now that he could hear how upset I was, he sounded more self-assured. If Owen liked you, Martha would have thanked you in her speech at the funeral. Who does she thank? She thanked me and Allison and Ross. She didn't mention you at all. You were nothing to Owen. It was true.
This family is so fucked.
Martha had left me out of her thank yous and had hurt. Well, Brett, I have my own memories of Owen and a lot of memories that don't involve Martha. So whatever Martha and Owen have is their deal, and I'll treasure what I had with him. Just before the funeral, Davey and I did an interview for Good Morning America. I was asked if Owen's death was staged for ratings. Absolutely not.
Oh my God.
Owen's match wasn't even the main event. No one knew it was coming down in a harness. How are they going to get ratings when it wasn't even publicized? This set Brett off again. He called a family meeting in our kitchen and gave us all our agendas. At first, he was patronizing. Maybe Diana doesn't understand what's really going on. This wasn't an accident. Deep down, Vince always wanted to destroy the family. We have to band together to help Martha, Oj, and Athena. We must support her whenever she chooses to do. Dad, Diana, Davey are forbidden to speak in public about this accident any longer. You're going to blow this whole thing for Martha. You've got to think of her kids. This is what Owen would want. I never said anything wrong. Of course it was an accident. And I don't think it was what Owen would want. It wasn't an accident, he roared. Can't you get that through your thick skull? You're so fucking stupid. Why are you trying to kiss McMahon's ass? My dad interrupted. That's enough, Brett. This thing is tragedy enough. It was just a tragic accident. I wish they had tested it before they put Owen in it. I'm capable of doing my own goddamn talking. I don't want Brett, Diane, Ellie, your mother, or Allison talking for me. Your poor mother can't take much more. My dad.
A case of salmonella.
My dad leaned over, picked a piece of buttered bread off the counter, tore pieces from it to feed to Bear, his German shepherd. Owen was hell of a wrestler. Agitated, Brett left the room. But what Brett started to eat at me, I started to talk to Martha, try to get her to understand that Davey would continue to work for the WWF. Not because we didn't support her, because we need to make a living. I thought Brett's threats of a lawsuit was just hot air. I felt sure she would not want to see what Vince was going to offer her first. I drove to her and Owen's house later that night. Her mom wouldn't let me in. She opened the door about half an inch and peeked her nose out. "Martha can't see you right now. Martha's not here." I said, "Oh, I just want to know if she needed any help with anything. Just want to see if how she's doing. I've got to go. Oj and Athena are in the bathtub. Martha's not here. She doesn't need anything from you." She closed the door. I turned around and headed for my car just as Virginia's new husband, George, the hockey coach, pulled up in Owen's teal metallic green Lumina van. I knew Owen couldn't stand him because of the affair he had with Virginia behind her husband's back. So I hated seeing him driving Owen's new car. And I felt even worse when I saw Oj was with him. I knew right then and there that Martha was going to cut Owen's kids out of our lives. I found out that Brett spent the night after Owen died at Martha's house, consoling her. I knew it was purely platonic, but the last words that she heard before she went to sleep and the first words she heard in the morning was that she had to sue Vince McMahon. She had to close him down and finish him off. She couldn't let it go, basically, as Martha put it at the funeral. I've yet to have my day of reckoning. Vince didn't even have a chance to offer a settlement to Martha. So that will conclude Diana Hart Smith's entries into this podcast. Her books, it's so like absurd. I don't know if it's true or if she's making it up. If I'm being honest with you.
Yeah. So you can definitely tell she did not have a ghostwriter either. Like this, she typed this up on Microsoft Word and she submitted it to be published.
Yeah. I don't know if she did any fact checking or. I think she wrote that from pure feelings and anger, because it's very different from what Brett said to what she said. Mm-hmm. I'm sure the truth is somewhere in the middle. Hopefully. Damn, this chapter's long.
I wish more Sisters of Wrestlers would just write completely praised fictional tales of when they got to see their brothers, like, at the wrestling venue. Just like she did for Brett.
Yeah. I think we're going to take a small break here, actually.
Okay.
Because I have to use the bathroom. It's been an hour and a half.
Okay.
And I need to find the next part of our story here. So,
alrighty.
We're going to take a small break. Obviously, for the audience, it'll be over immediately. All right, and we're back. Quick short break. So going over and kind of reading ahead. So there's a lot of process here. We're going to skip the chapter from Martha's book on the lawsuit and everything she did because it's super detailed. We'd be here for another hour and a half. Just going over that. Like I said, please go purchase this book and read it. It's awesome. We're actually going to head back to Bret Hart's book. He kind of goes over the same details, not as in depth, but we kind of get the story, kind of how it plays out, and then we'll go back to Martha for the closing word on the eventual settlement. And then we might hear from Bruce, maybe. Who knows? Do you want to hear from Bruce now? He only has like 2 pages, I think.
Yeah, I'll hear from Bruce now.
What does Bruce have to say? You know, I always find myself thinking, what does Bruce Hart think of this whole situation?
Fun fact, the feud between Brett and Owen was originally meant for Brett and Bruce.
You know, I think you said that the last episode.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. It was such a fun fact we had to tell it twice.
It was supposed to be a Bruce Hart feud, so I mean, maybe in that butterfly effect moment, it would have been Bruce that took the fall.
Oof. I don't know. Anyway, we'll go to chapter 62, Battle Lines Drawn. You know, it's a good chapter if that's the title here.
Yeah, they're about to participate in war games.
Get William Regal out here. War games. I was pleased to hear that things might be resolved quickly, as I don't think anyone had any appetite for a big legal battle at that point. Shortly thereafter, though, as my dad was visiting with some of his wrestling cronies whom he hadn't seen in years, such as Terry and Dory Funk, Brett and the lawyers dragged him inside and sequestered my mom and him behind closed doors for several hours. The next morning in the newspaper, I was distressed to see the headlines announcing that the Hart family had declared war on the WWF and were suing for $500 million, alleging that Owen's death may have been premeditated.
What?
I was kind of shocked and spoke to my dad later on that day to ask what had happened to make him change his mind. He heaved a heavy sigh and told me that neither he nor my mom had any desire to embark in a long, drawn-out legal battle that was sure wouldn't resolve anything, and he feared would tear the family apart. He said that Brett was bound and determined to get back at Vince for Montreal, and after he convinced Martha to proceed with the lawsuit, he and my mom had no choice but to go along with them, as they would have been perceived as insensitive traitors if they hadn't. It didn't take long for my dad's fears about the family being ripped apart to be realized. The day after Owen's funeral, on June 1st, 1999, Davey Boy was back in the WWF. Everyone in our family, including Brett, knew that he'd been given that starting date back in March, and had been Owen who'd gotten him booked in the WWF. Brett, however, chose to ignore that and wrote a scathing put-down of Davey in his weekly newspaper column, the one that I used to ghostwrite for. Damn. Brett likened Davey's return to the WWF to a dog rolling in excrement. As a result, a lot of fans at the house shows, who had been big supporters of both Owen and Brett, began carrying signs chanting, "Dog in shit, dog in shit," at the house shows.
That's funny.
Davey Boy, who was pretty fragile to begin with, let it get to him, and he was soon back on drugs, which would prove to have a disastrous consequence. Brett next targeted my older brother Smith, who, like me, had also refused to sign the affidavit. Smith had been one of Brett's biggest supporters from way back, and in fact had been the one who started Brett's career when he took him to Puerto Rico in 1977. Not long after the court proceedings had started, Smith's common-law wife Zoe died, and Smith was seeking custody of their son Chad. Since Smith was a biological father, the case originally appeared to be a mere formality, but out of the blue, Brett showed up at the custody hearing and testified before the judge that, in his opinion, Smith was an unfit father. Because Brett's opinion carried a lot of weight, Smith was denied custody. What the fuck?
What?
What is he doing? Things would get worse when once again the court case began. In one of his first appearances in court, my dad described Vince McMahon as an old friend and testified that he believed Owen's death had been an accident. He was censored afterward for not having condemned Vince as the monster that they wanted him to be received as, and the lawyers then sought to have his remarks disregarded on the grounds that he was mentally incompetent, claiming he suffered from advanced dementia. My mother was the next to incur the wrath of the lawyers. After one particularly stressful courtroom session, there was a recess on the outside of the courtroom. She bumped into Linda McMahon, who she hadn't seen since the funeral. Linda's one of the classiest and nicest people I've met in wrestling. She and my mom exchanged a tearful embrace, and Linda expressed her regrets that things had become so strained and acrimonious. At that juncture, one of the lawyers ran up and snatched my mother by the arm and scolded her so harshly that she burst into tears. As I mentioned before,
Nuts.
one of the early casualties of the bitter battle with the WF had been Davy Boy. Brett's unwarranted dog and shit column had resulted in Davy getting back on drugs, and by the spring
No.
and by the spring of
That's
2000,
not what happened.
and by the spring of 2000, his life and career in such shambles that the WF finally ordered him to go into rehab down in Atlanta. While he was in rehab, we got wind that my sister Diana, his wife, who was pretty fragile herself at the time, left him for some other guy.
Jesus.
Furious, he checked himself out of rehab, headed back to Calgary, where he encountered Diana and her new beau up at my dad's house. A violent altercation ensued, and my dad, in the process of trying to break it up, was shoved backwards down the stairs by Davy Boy.
Oh my God.
It was a bad fall, and Dad had to be ambulanced to the hospital, suffering from cardiac arrest. Dad would recover and be released a few weeks later, but it was a sign of things to come. Woo! What do you think about that one?
They went from like the perfect family to just gremlins in the span of 2 days.
We don't really have the time to get into it here, but Diana Smith's book, the next chapter is about that, of Davy going back to rehab, her doing the divorce and finding a new man, and that altercation. That's the very next chapter, I believe. Very intense stuff. Not quite the way Bruce puts it. He kind of left out the fact that Davy would call her house multiple times a day, calling her a whore, even though she wasn't dating anybody yet. She was kind of just living there. I know you're cheating on me, you whore. That's what he'd say. That's all. She would just pick up the phone, and that's all she would hear. All right, now let's kind of. I know he covered a lot of time there.
Yeah.
But let's bring it back. Bring it back to the day after the funeral. Put yourself back in that mindset. Because we're gonna go back to Brett, I don't know who to believe in all of this, to be honest.
This is all just nuts.
Because these things are happening. Like we have a timeline of events here, but very different ways of how they went down. Brett, in Kansas City the next day, Martha and I and her Calgary lawyers met Gary and Anita Raba, a highly respected Missouri counsel who had hoped to be hired to handle Martha's case. At noon, we all went to Kansas City Police Station, where they showed us a flimsy sailboat clip the riggers used to attach Owen's harness to a single cable. The chief of police and a room full of detectives explained what they thought happened. Some of the cops in the meeting had been in the ring with Owen less than 40 seconds after he hit the mat, and then they did everything they could to try to save his life. I had heard that he was supposed to do a stunt with the same Mexican midget that they paraded out as me after Montreal, scissor between his legs, and was shocked when the cops confirmed it. The midget had only been nixed that afternoon. The officers calmly explained that Owen had been alive after he hit the ring, and he laid there for 8 minutes with a severed aorta, his lungs filling with blood, until he drowned.
Oh, wow.
He had tried to sit up to reassure fans, but he couldn't. The impact when he hit the ring smashed almost all the heavy wooden ring planks and loosened all the ropes, likely like they were rubber bands. We were also told that criminal charges weren't likely to be laid, but hadn't been ruled out. Afterwards, the Robs took us up to Kemper Arena. As we headed up the catwalk, at Papella noticed a creepy insurance adjuster tagging along with us. When I had quizzed him about who he was and what he was doing there, it turned out into an ugly scuffle until security dragged the adjuster off. What the fuck?
Yeah, you're telling me. What?
It was a long climb to the top of the building. I wanted to get the exact spot where Owen had fallen and started up a steep ladder into the catwalk. My stomach got queasy as I thought of a line from the English Patient. If I gave you my life, would you drop it? Then it was a long, nerve-wracking walk along the catwalk to the score clock. This was with the lights on. I can only imagine Owen having to race all the way up here as fast as he could in the dark, dressed in bulky coveralls with a baseball cap pulled down to hide his face from the fans. Climbing over the railing of the catwalk must have been a terrifying moment. Standing next to the score clock, I looked out to where he would have hung. I pictured him fidgeting with his cape, breathing hard from the sprint up he had. Then ping! The sailboat clip holding his full weight released prematurely. The deep breaths he was taking would have provided more than the 8 pounds of pressure the clip was designed to take. The riggers happened to be looking away at that moment. When they turned back, they were aghast to see that he was already falling. Clawing at the air with his hands, I looked down and a chill went up my back, wondering how in hell he let himself get talked into this. If Montreal never happened, I thought, I still have been in the WWF. I would have stopped this from ever happening to Owen. He said it. You know, I thought it was a joke.
Oh,
he said it.
No, yeah.
By the time I got home, I was even more distraught and widely confused. Owen had been so straight and so good, whereas I always broken the rules. I've always been a bad boy, drinking, doing drugs, and cheating on my wife.
There's no way that's in there.
Dude, I read it right here. By the time I got home, I was more distraught and widely confused. Owen had been so straight and so good, whereas I'd always broken the rules. Always been a bad boy, drinking, doing drugs, and cheating on my wife.
Why is he like this?
Why would God take the best one? Owen once said, You can be a good person and do everything right, and it doesn't guarantee you anything. Since his death, the Harts were forming into a backstabbing cliques of their own, with Ellie and Diana fiercely demanding that Martha and my parents settle with Vince immediately, extolling the head of the WF as some kind of saint who loved all the Harts. Not surprisingly, a desperate Bruce, with his wrestling school and the broken down vestiges of Stampede Wrestling promotion, was looking for Vince to fund him in some way. Smith was talking about suing Vince because he claimed he and Owen were going to open a wrestling school together. Owen would have opened up a lemonade stand with Smith. Every time I encountered them at the Hart House, Ellie and Diana demanded that I fill them in on the details of the lawsuit. Yet every time I tried to make Martha's case, it turned into a shouting match, which only upset my parents and the grandkids. If Martha could have been a little kinder to them, instead of propping me up to take the heat, she might have avoided a lot of heartache for herself and everyone else. But really, this whole thing should have had nothing to do with the other Hart siblings or me. In one of her many curt phone messages, Ellie implored me, I've got the right to feed my family, and my dealings with Vince McMahon don't have anything to do with you. And nothing to do with Owen's death. Not everyone wants to be with you, wants you to be their spokesperson. Wow, that was really hard to read for some reason. Ellie and Diana soon had Vince convinced that I was the driving force behind Martha's lawsuit. After Owen died, we had reached a delicate... how do you know how to pronounce that word? Diante? How you pronounce that? We're going to Google it. We're going to learn a new word here. Let's see what Google has to say.
Détente.
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 Yeah. So you got it. We reached a delicate détente about my archive of matches for the WWF, which Vince totally controlled, and he had been on the verge of agreeing that I could have access to them. Now the WWF's in-house lawyer told my lawyer, Gord Kirk, that Vince simply had no recollection of any conversation with me on this subject. Vince now saw me as the enemy and seemed determined to make me suffer, as if I haven't suffered enough.
And if the screw job hadn't have happened, I wouldn't have left, so he wouldn't have had my library.
Eric asked me to fly down, Eric Bischoff asked me to fly down and meet him in Chicago on June 25th to talk about where I was at. It was still nearly impossible for me to even think about getting back into the ring, but as the days passed, I realized that it wasn't right for me or my fans to let Owen's tragic death be the end of my career. Eric had been incredibly kind to me after Owen's death, telling me to take all the time I needed, and I didn't want to leave him at the lurch either. At our meeting, Hulk, why is Hulk Hogan there? Hulk was friendly and told me that he was anxious to finally work with me in the fall that year. Eric talked about putting the world title on me, and he understood that I wasn't ready to commit to anything yet, and I still needed to heal physically and emotionally. Both of them listened empathetically as I told them about the problems in the Hart family since Owen's death, and that Vince had offered jobs to both Jim and Davey, and in fact bribing Ellie and Diana to be on his side against Owen's widow. Eric kindly said if it would help the situation, he'd hire Jim back, and told me to have Jim give him a call. I left shaking both their hands, content to show up at the Georgia Dome on July 5th on an in-ring interview on Nitro. Eric told me that I could say anything I wanted wrestling fans around the world to hear, and for the next 10 days I thought about it almost all the time. I really didn't know what to say. Maybe it would be goodbye. I got... He then goes down to WCW, has that promo. He goes out, has that promo, saying it was a pleasure to work with each and every one of you around the world. And that's what Owen would have said. I returned home to find another phone message from Ellie. I want to know what's going on with the lawsuit. I want to find out what the options Mom and Dad have. If you want to go through with this 5 or 6 years down the road, even 2 years, it's taking a toll on Dad, and we need to discuss this. It's not the only way to go. Enlighten me a bit. Dee and me haven't done anything yet. We got a bad rap. No more stress on Dad. What was I to make of that? When I called my mom, she said, I just wake up every day and try to live with it all day long all over again. Stu was never the same after Owen died. My mom wept. A few weeks later, when I confided to her that I'd been talking to Senator Harry Hayes' offices in Ottawa, and they were in the process of nominating Stu for the Order of Canada, the highest civilian medal of honor in the country, in recognition of the lifetime of charity work my dad had done. My mom said I need to remember that she and Stu were with me 100%, and that they were suing the WWF along with Martha. And in any attempt to ease the family tension, Martha's lawyers were trying to work out an agreement that would allocate a portion of my parents' settlement to each of the remaining siblings if Stu and Helen died before the suit was settled. But Ellie, Diana, and Bruce refused to sign any such agreement. Before long, Ellie was calling Martha's lawyers names again. The idea was scrubbed, and potential truce was quickly forgotten. On July 27th, Vince Colley stated on Off the Record, out of respect for Owen, I met with Brett. This is what we just heard. Vince went on pretty much blame me for everything related to Martha's lawsuit. I was already mad that he reneged on his promise to give me access to my footage, but then when he referred to me as a skeleton and to my not being human, my anger flared into a real hatred. But as far as the criminal responsibility for Owen's death went, 4 days later, he was in the clear. After 2 months, on July 31st, then only then did the Kansas City police determine that there wasn't enough evidence for criminal charges against Vince.
You know, Vince, he knows how to work a courtroom.
Yeah. Let me see here. I'm trying to see what else he has to say. He has a match with Chris Benoit on October 4th, 1999 in Kemper Arena. He could feel Owen's spirits with me, and that he was really looking forward to watching this match. I didn't want to disappoint him, but I've been off for so long that my condition and timing weren't the best. I said a prayer asking Owen to help me out, and I'd also invite Harley to be a special guest announcer. He'd driven for 3 hours with a bad bag to be there. The WWF's legal Eagles countersued Martha for $75,000 US plus costs, which would easily add up to millions if she lost. They asserted that Owen's contract stated any litigation against the WWF under its terms would be brought in its home state, Connecticut, where the punitive damages weren't awarded. Martha's legal team argued that the contract was terminated when Owen died, and that did not cover negligence by the defendant outside the ring, and that since Owen died in Missouri, and the suit was filed in Missouri, and it should be heard in Missouri. A lot of Missouris. On October 23rd, Yokozuna died of a massive heart attack in a sleazy London hotel. Okay. He was 34 years old, and at the time of his death, he topped 700 pounds. On that same day, Vince McMahon offered shares of the WF to the public and became a billionaire. Within days, Linda McMahon told CNBC that the McMahons would love to settle with Martha in a way that would take care of her and the children for the rest of their lives. But no such settlement had been offered, and one of her lawyers, Ed Papella, fired back in the Calgary Herald that the WWF's threatened countersuit could more than wipe her out financially, no matter what Linda's fine sentiments were. At WCW, we're hanging out. At WCW, we're hanging out for dear life, trying to put over Vince Russo's weird storylines. Russo thought his storylines had a lot to do with WF's rise in the ratings war, but he didn't get it, and he never would. That the best wrestling needed to be at least to pretend to be real. He had grand plans for me as a heel. I told him the sympathy factor for me was too strong to pull off a heel turn, not to mention that I've been turned so many times already. You still want to do this big angle on Nitro where I turned heel on Goldberg the day after Starrcade 99 in Toronto. I hated it all, but I was so angry at McMahon, and I hoped Russo could bring the company back to life with his radical soap opera booking. At the Halloween Havoc pay-per-view on October 24th, he had me pretend to injure my ankle and give up to Lex in a single-leg Boston Crab as part of the build-up. After the match, Liz gave me a big hug and told me she was so sorry things had got so dark for me. Things will get better, she said. And she sweetly added that I had always been her favorite wrestler to watch. Her words meant a lot to me. Okay.
Oh, Randy's not going to like that.
Well, I don't think Randy read this book. There's a lot of stuff about WCW in here. They put together a documentary, the Wrestling with Shadows crew, using footage from that they didn't air from the Wrestling with Shadows movie they did earlier. So that comes out. He goes to Detroit, looks like. I just read that. He talked about he's getting into Bret Hart, or he's getting into Goldberg. That's a whole other story for a different day. Luckily, the tires hit a patch of dry pavement. I burned rubber past the truck to see. Oh, hold on. Oh, this is when he broke the window. Goldberg broke the window.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess there's something happened. I showered and then left, not even remembering what it was that I'd been so livid about only minutes earlier. That I nearly got killed doing some stupid shit for the same screwball who scripted the stunt that killed Owen.
Oh.
Yeah. I guess he was driving a car with a concussion.
Okay.
And he hit a patch of ice and it was heading towards a TV production truck.
Oh.
So. I bought...
a lot of people do in the wrestling world. Well, I guess a lot of people did blame Vince Russo for this. You'll hear Jim Cornette talk about it. Roddy Piper cut a scathing shoot promo on Vince Russo in the early days of TNA about killing Owen Hart. I know he booked it. I guess that would have meant he told Owen to go up there. So I guess he has a little fault. I don't think he, booked his death, you know?
I don't think he purposely hired incompetent people.
Yeah.
I bought Julie a ring for Christmas, which she unfortunately took to mean more than I intended. When my mom called to congratulate me, I downplayed it. When it became clear that the ring was just a present, Julie's disappointment put a damper on everything. Over Christmas at Stu's, Ellie and I had another shouting match with Stu in the middle again. Stu was far more deaf than he was blind, and he felt obligated to defend her, as he always did. I had about enough of Ellie. The way I tore into her put a scare into Stu. I shouted, "Ellie, this has nothing to do with you or me. This is about Martha's decision to sue Vince for killing her husband, your brother, and how in the hell can you work hand in hand with Vince against your dead brother's wife and kids and your very own parents? How can you sleep at night?" "Real easy," Ellie shot back.
Whoa.
Stu, who couldn't
What a
hear
bitch.
Stu, who couldn't
Isn't
hear
Ellie,
anything. What's up?
Isn't Ellie Natalia's mom? Oh yeah, because Jim Neidhart. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
That bitch.
I ain't gonna say nothing. She seems like a nice lady. Stu, who couldn't hear anything, kept defending her. "I don't believe Ellie is doing that. Dad should tell you herself." My mom took up for me, telling Ellie that she and Stu chose to support Martha and had nothing to do with me. Ellie lashed out, accusing her of always taking my side. I had a nonstop headache from hell ever since Goldberg's kick, and by the end of this scene, my head felt like it was going to explode. He then goes to Nitro in December. He has a dream with Owen. And then he writes a poem. And then he starts going to the year 2000. So I think that's probably going to be a wrap on Bret Hart's side of things.
Okay.
Well, maybe not. We'll see. I see some more Martha here, but let's try to finish this out real quick with Martha's side of the settlement. Kind of putting a bow on all of this.
Okay.
It kind of brings an end to it after learning that there will be no criminal charges. Vince isn't going to go to jail. It might be time to settle this lawsuit. Settlement was a new concept to me. The prospect of ending the lawsuit right then and there was overwhelmingly tempting. $17 million was obviously a lot of money. It would have been the highest wrongful death settlement in Missouri history. But the defense didn't want any punitives attached. Generally, punitives are only something awarded in special circumstances, and there is never a guarantee that they can be attained. I have been so uptight and dedicated to the suit I can even live my life. More importantly, I could see my kids suffering. They forever had my divided attention. Even if I was doing something with them, my mind was always where we were going to lose everything. The house, the lifestyle, the school, and the activities. It was a prospect Owen would have been sick about. Yet, that threat still loomed by the virtue of the WWF's countersuit. And suddenly, I could make it all go away with a simple nod. However, my lawyers and I didn't think it was a very good business tactic to accept the first offer, so we rejected it cold. I worried because I knew some of the hearts would be stirred into a frenzy when they heard of the money I turned down. They were. To my advantage, daily interest was now being accrued on any settlement monies sure to be realized, which did well to keep the lines of the communication open between two sides. Still, no concrete progress was being made, so we agreed to a mediation hearing. It was an important day for me as I wanted the opportunity to sit across the table from Vince and tell him of the terrible loss I had to live with for some time now. Vince was also the product of a single mother, so I figured that he could relate to what my kids were going through. However, I didn't know if he could truly appreciate what the job of raising kids alone was like. He had no idea how my life was changed and how exhausted I was by trying to carry out all my responsibilities. I wanted him to know my pride for my children was self-contained as I had no one to share it with. He needed to hear that my children still cried for their dad and missed him, and I too cried on almost a daily basis. He needed to be reminded that I am still haunted by Owen's fall, the negligence involved, and the fact that he died alone. He was robbed of what I promised to be 50 of the best years of his life. I wanted Vince to know that this was not a business deal. This was not about Owen's. This was about Owen's life. Indeed, I did get my chance to make Vince squirm that day by looking him in the eye and telling him my pain. Otherwise, the exercise failed miserably. The mediator was not mediating. He seemed more interested in chatting up Vince McMahon. He thought $17 million was fine, as it was $3 million over the previous largest settlement ever awarded in Missouri for a wrongful death settlement. A $14 million settlement that was also attained by Rob and Rob. We ended up walking out. However, as we did so, I found out Helen was hoping to make her way over to the other side of the room to talk to Vince. Of all shockingly inappropriate acts carried out by some of the Harts throughout the entire ordeal, poor Helen almost capped them all. However, it wasn't a self-motivated move. When questioned about her mission, she revealed she was asked by Bruce. She revealed she was been asked by Bruce to approach Vince for a job. Good job, Bruce. What made it so sad was that months earlier, Diana used her mother in a seemingly disgusting fashion, asking Helen to pass along a package to Jerry McDivitt for Vince. I accepted the package labeled "From Diana Hart," which Helen admitted contained.
Oh, no.
Which Helen admitted contained a resume and profile of Diana's new wannabe wrestler boyfriend.
Oh my god.
Embarrassed for Helen, I grabbed it away from her. Still, I ended up mailing to Vince anyway out of pity. I should have thrown it out, but I felt so badly that Helen had been put in that position. Brett later told me that when Bruce heard Helen wasn't able to submit his verbal job application, he was furious at her.
What the hell?
2 weeks later, Pam took it upon herself to study relevant Missouri case law. Together, two of us sat in the Calgary boardroom mapping out the particulars of all the recent cases relevant to personal injury, so we knew where we stood with regards to appropriate dollar figure. I didn't care about the money. I just wanted to make sure I didn't get taken advantage of. There was no way I was going to let WWF get off easy in the eyes of the law. Days later, the defense bumped their offer up significantly, and we took it. The settlement included the WWF of Vince and Linda McMahon, Bobby Talbert, Matt Alleman, and the city of Kansas City, and the two city riggers who stood on the catwalk that night. With all that was facing me, it was the most rational decision I could make. My 17 months of hell were finally over. An incredible sense of relief swept over me. The lawyers drew up the papers, and 1 week later I returned to Kansas City for I'd hope it would be the last time in my life. Still need a rubber stamp from our judge. We sat in the courtroom for more than 2 hours with my patient kids dressed in their sharp white school uniforms. Throughout it all, I stared endlessly at the seal of justice that hung on the wall opposite the witness stand where I was questioned for most of the proceedings. Even though I didn't get a jury trial I had planned on, the final hearing was a reassuring substitute. At the end of the day, it would be entered into the records that I had indeed endured a lengthy legal process that wound up recognizing wrongs had been committed. It was hard that morning to officially relinquish any rights to pursue the matter any further, but at the same time, it was also very liberating. When our final courtroom appearance was adjourned, I took Oj and Athena by their tiny hands, and we went together to Kemper Arena. Walking in, with an 8 and a 5-year-old, who were still buzzing from the limo ride, I looked up at the rafters from which Owen fell. I put my arms around the two most precious things I have left in this world and fought back tears. I wanted them to see where Owen died, because as time went on, I didn't want them to look back and have any unanswered questions. I wanted them to have closure. I pointed up at the catwalk and explained how Owen fell. Athena said, "That must have really hurt Daddy." Oj said nothing. He wanted to leave. We came a long way as a trio since that night I had sat them down on the edge of the bed to tell them Daddy wasn't coming home. In the future, we'd not be better prepared to weather harsh realities and challenges life would bring. As I squeezed them ever closer, I felt a tremendous sense of accomplishment and relief. "You did so well," Oj told me, referring to my courtroom testimony. Just like his father, he always knew the right things to say. We had endured the most horrific of circumstances I could have ever dreamed of and turned into something good. What's more, I felt we were going to use these experiences to help ensure friends and neighbors in our city could have better lives throughout Owen's legacy foundation. The stress in my life was suddenly gone, as was the pressure and burden of having to ensure that the man I loved more than anyone did not die in vain. Still, I knew there'd be some emptiness, a void I would never fill. Part of the emptiness stemmed from a loss of my extended family, the Harts. As I moved forward, I knew most of the Harts would never again be part of my life. That was my choice. We carry the same last name, but that's as far as it would go. I would never consider myself or my children a part of that family anymore. I vowed to respect Owen's parents. I would stay in touch with a select few of his siblings. However, my teenage suspicions dating back 17 years have been proven conclusively over the last 17 months. Owen was a white sheep in a black family. There's too much betrayal, too many lies, too much hatred. That's not what Owen was about, nor was it something I wanted my children to have anything to do with. I decided months earlier I would set aside $2 million of my settlement share to start the foundation. Owen would be proud to know that even in death, he would be helping people who are trying to help themselves. In that regard, we truly came out winners. I knew in my heart I did everything I could for Owen. I imagined he'd say, "Quit crying for me because I'm okay. It's you who has to wake up every day and face challenges." And I would. My thrust from the beginning was that WF had to recognize what they had done to me and my children. At long last, they finally had. I decided that then and there I would not carry any bitterness. I couldn't carry any extra baggage anyway. Later that day, while a flood of raw emotion swept over me, I felt compelled to write a handwritten letter to Vince McMahon. In order to go on in a healthy direction and really start living again, I needed to let everything go. Yes, I was angry with Vince, but I certainly didn't hate him, and I wanted him to know that. The one-page letter had an element of forgiveness woven through it, although I didn't come right out and say it. The real message in the letter was that I wanted him to think about how he lived his life, and that what really mattered was whether you were a good person or not. I told him how hard it was to live without Owen, but that I still believed in living a good life. I told him I believed everyone had the capacity to be a good person, including him. I don't think he took that advice, if I had to go out and say it. Vince Allegations Podcast on our channel. I knew as life passed him by, I would creep into his thoughts from time to time, and when I did, I wanted him to know that above all, I did not hate him. I didn't hate anyone for that matter. Hate weighs you down, and my load in life was hard enough to pull already. Vince had always struck me the kind of man who, basically untouchable, was empowered now with several billions of dollars. He could forever surround himself with a horde of yes men. Unfortunately for all of us, age and death are great equalizers, and I feel if you don't know where you go when you die, you'll never know how to live. I thought I'd remind him of this fact, hoping he might think a little harder of how he lives his life. Again, I don't think he took that advice. My opinion was that he was an extremely lonely man who put so much time into his work because it diverts him from his own personal issues. My hope was that he would start making decisions in a more cautious manner, especially where other people's lives are involved. I never heard back from Vince, although a week later he sent a check for more than $50,000 to be donated to Alberta Children's Hospital in Owen's name. The money represented proceeds from the sale of an unendorsed Owen tribute magazine the WF had sold. He couriered a copy of his own donation letter to my house, which stated that what a great husband and man Owen was. I took it as a sign he received my letter and appreciated its content. Writing the letter, another significant part of my healing process began in the courtroom minutes before our ugly legal battle was to officially come to an end. Jerry McDivitt made a first move by asking me if he could approach my kids to say hello. He was so moved by the sight of them, he dug into his legal bag and pulled out the only thing he had to offer. The coveted mints he had always turned to after his cigarette breaks. I found it to be simple, yet moving gesture. After the hearing, he shook my hand, wished me well, and I knew he meant it. His fellow Counselors also approached my lawyers with me and handshakes symbolizing at that point we were no longer rivals. We were just people, and now the fighting was over. My goal through it all was to bring awareness to the wrongs that had been committed, and by the end of the long, drawn-out legal battle, I felt I had succeeded. I wanted those responsible for Owen's death to feel my pain, to realize all the damage had been done. By the end of the process, I had placed the majority of the responsibility on Vince's shoulders, as he took great pride in being the man who made all the decisions for the WWF. At the end of the day, I did feel Vince was deeply sorry for what had happened. However, I think it was a long legal process that hammered home my message. In my eyes, they need to be shown that there are consequences attached to every decision responsible for their behavior. It's important that individuals conduct their lives with integrity and honesty. Some people do tend to forget that. I hope the message would get through, and I think it did. The settlement date coincided with the bungled U.S. presidential election. What could have been a front-page story became an afterthought placed towards the back of the newspaper near the obituaries where this all began. I had quite a few requests from television stations in New York and various major U.S. cities to do interviews following the settlement. People magazine also lined something up. However, many of them backed out when the election turned into a long, drawn-out fiasco. In Canada, the settlement still garnered major headlines. The next day, I was up at 5 a.m. doing live television and radio interviews, opening my door to a steady stream of journalists who sat down one-on-one to end a year and a half of relative silence. Rather than set up a generic press conference, I wanted to give personal accounts of the hell I'd gone through. I had bitten my tongue so many times on the advice of my legal counsel, and now I felt it was my turn to set the record straight. I told the press I was relieved that the legal battle was over, and I could now begin working on the foundation in Owen's name. I spoke of the dissension in my family and revealed how several Hart kids tried derailing my suit while others stood by and let it happen. I made it clear journalists from across the country and the world wanted nothing to do with that I wanted nothing to do with most of the Harts ever again. Here we go. In the days and the weeks ahead, one of the biggest issues I still needed to resolve revolved around the betrayal I felt at the hands of some of Owen's brothers and sisters. I really needed to let go of all the pain, heartache, and feelings and disappointment certain siblings caused me. Several of them, namely Ellie, Diana, and Bruce, made the mistake of thinking the legal battle was all about them. It wasn't. I made it clear so many times that it was even about Owen, Athena, or me. It was about Owen. I know that all of Owen's brothers and sisters must have loved him in some capacity and were sorry for what had happened to him. However, several of them couldn't see past their own interests and appreciated and acknowledged the wrongs that had been committed. Their judgment was clouded, and they acted like starved animals. Money was their food, and they chased it shamelessly. As a result, their lack of support and the emotional trauma they put me through will stand as a wedge between us forever. Although I forgive them for all their wrongdoings and wish them well, I feel many of them no longer deserve to know me or my children. When the settlement checks arrived from the WF several months later, it spurred an unexpected wave of emotion. Called by my Calgary lawyers to pick them up, Keith was instructed to bring his parents to ensure Ellie or any others who worked against our lawsuit didn't get the chance to get their hands on the money. The sight of the amount on the checks was sickening to both Keith and me. We both started to cry. We couldn't help but think of the whole nightmare had amounted to 2 pieces of paper. Thank God for the foundation. I had all sorts of credible ideas and types of dreams and things I wanted to do, but I didn't know how to make them a reality. She then goes on and explains what the Hart Foundation does. December of 2000, she announced the Owen Hart Foundation was born. And almost a year later, I started a press conference which I presented 2 hardworking single mothers with keys to brand new homes that the foundation would help pay for. Not only would the legacy help me move forward and add new meaning to my life, it would forever serve as a reminder of the man who touched so many lives during his life and still could do so long after his death. Bret Hart. On January 9th, I worked in State College, Pennsylvania, wearing my workout gear. That night I got a phone message from Martha letting me know that a judge had been picked and the trial date was set for February 5th, 2001. She could at least see the light at the end of the tunnel now. I also got a message from Stu telling me that he and my mom agreed completely with everything I written in my column in that week's Calgary Sun. I wrote a passionate piece about the state of the business and how when a fan asked me if wrestling was real, I realized that I didn't even know the answer to that question anymore. It once bothered me that people thought wrestling was fake. Now it bothered me that they thought it was really hurting ourselves and one another. The sad part was that we were. In my column, I wrote that the colossal pulverizing that Goldberg gave me had been real. And so were Jerry Flint's stiff kicks. When the Hitman tried to kill Psycho Sid with a monster truck, that was fake. But when I careened out of control and nearly crashed my rental car into the television truck, that was real. I read about how my match in Kansas City with Chris Benoit was the ghost of what wrestling used to be, but I always thought it was meant to be. And I asked myself in the column, how far could I have been without breaking in order to help the WCW beat Vince McMahon? Maybe I've gone too far already. Maybe the wrestling business fucked up now, including me. Let me see. I believe he has something about the settlement. If not, I have a great video, as Logan can see here.
Yes.
Because Brett and Martha don't really stay close after this.
No. Nope, not at all.
Terry Funk had been listening to us. He now asked me how my family was doing. I told him how crazy things I got up at the Hart house. Terry knew the Harts pretty well. He even gave some deep thought before telling me, everybody's crazy. The whole world's crazy. You're crazy. I'm crazy. It's all about to what degree you're crazy. In my concussed state, Terry made a lot of sense. Poor Davey was a case in point. He was a shell of his former self and still hooked on morphine. Being in no shape to wrestle, he hadn't lasted long in the WWF, but Vince still said he needed him. So he headed off to a rehab program in Georgia. In answer to my criticisms of the year-end show on Stampede Wrestling that involved various non-wrestling members of the Hart family, Bruce ripped into me on the Stampede Wrestling website for taking shots at Davey in my column. He defended Davey, saying he was a damn loyal and trusted trooper of the clan who had been unjustly maligned and made to look bad. Bruce had as much right to express his opinion as I did, but he didn't know the truth. I don't know if you know either, Brad. We'll see. I felt more and more estranged from so many people in my family because nobody stood shoulder to shoulder with me defending Martha, except my mom. Keith, Wayne, Allison, and Ross all steered clear of Ellie and Diana supporting me, only from behind the scenes. I understood why Georgia was on Ellie's side. She spent her whole life defending Ellie and turning a blind eye to Ellie's actions. She would never forget Ellie's support when she went through a loss of her son, Matt. Struggling with my concussion, I began ducking Martha's calls. It was too hard to listen to her rant about how Ellie and Diana were bullying my parents into settling with Vince like a heel tag team. Martha said, and I agreed, that Diana, Ellie, and even Bruce thought that life is like wrestling and that they can just turn themselves heel and then turn back babyface over Christmas, expecting to be forgiven. Let's see here. He kind of goes back and forth between family drama and what's going on Nitro. That night it was a combination of heartbreak and wonder. That's when I had a most powerful dream about Owen, who woke me from a deep sleep. He had tears in his eyes and was angry. What is life worth, he said. So that's all I'm worth? Fucking kill me and I'm worth $36 million? Is that it? I told him, Owen, that's not about the money. You know that. He was also seething about Ellie and Diana, and I didn't know how to comfort him as big tears slowly dripped down his cheeks. This dream haunted me enough at the time I kept it to myself. But it didn't surprise me afterwards when the next day Martha told me she had come up with a settlement number for Vince's lawyers, $32 million. Close enough to my dream to spook me. I haven't dreamed of Owen since then. Do you think that's real? Do you think that's a real story?
I don't know.
I think that's
don't.
I think that's a Hulk Hogan story.
Fake, big ol' stinky pile.
Yeah. I showed up to see my parents every other day, only to get into it with Ellie about Survivor Series yet again. Diana would join in, screaming at me that everything was my fault because I wouldn't drop the belt to Shawn Michaels. Diana, Ellie, and even Bruce hated that Paul J's documentary, which has now been seen all over the world, portrayed me as some kind of Canadian hero. A whole new audience beyond the wrestling world now respected me for standing up for what was right. Ellie left me a phone message demanding to know what options my parents had, and someone needed to enlighten her as to why this was the way things had to go. I wasn't even sure what she meant. It was beyond me to understand why she kept calling me about the lawsuit when her parents and Martha made all the decisions having to do with it. In her message, Ellie said that she had no hard feelings and that she and Diana hadn't done anything wrong. But the truth was, unbeknownst to anyone at the time, they had long since faxed Jerry McDivitt at the WWF a copy of Gary Robb's entire case file, Diana's boyfriend, which my mom had left on her desk. All I ever truly asked of Ellie and Diana was for them to stop making comments about Owen's case until we knew what happened. I kept saying, just do what Owen would want you to do, but they wouldn't listen. I knew that our confrontation would ultimately lead to the destruction of the Hart family, and though Vince must be laughing at how easy it is to play the Harts against one another. More WCW stuff. David Arquette won the WCW World title from Jeff Jarrett at Kemper Arena on Owen's birthday. That same day, I was home in Calgary. I've been scheduled to be in Kansas City to be disposed by Jerry McDivitt, but was to be canceled at the last minute, so I drove to Owen's grave for the first time in a while. I found myself telling the black marble monument, adorned with flowers and weathered cards and letters, it was time for me to pick up the pieces. Just then, 2 jackrabbits hopped right past me. I wondered if they were brothers. I wondered if Owen's death was some kind of colossal super rib that he was subjecting the whole family to in order to expose our shortcomings. It had ruined us, and it would never, ever get better. I told Owen that I loved him and that I'd fight for him to the end, and then broke down hard. Diana had begun a serious romance with one of Bruce's novice wrestlers, a young kid named James. No one could blame her, but it didn't help things that when she phoned David to tell him about it while he was dealing with the worst phase of rehab. He immediately checked himself out and flew home. There were several explosive clashes between Diana, Davey, and Stu at the Hart House, including one where Davey inadvertently knocked Stu down and hurt his shoulder. The police were called and Davey made the front page of the Calgary Sun, being led away in handcuffs. Bruce kindly offered Davey a place to stay. Before I got hurt, I promised I'd do some appearances to promote the Hitman photo book. Alright, I don't gotta get into that. I know Logan can see this, but for I get to this family drama stuff, and then there's just like a page or two of just things that just aren't. It's just so weirdly like spaced out. Let's see. I'm trying to see where I can get to the settlement. On November 3rd, elated Martha called to tell me that after many bumps in the road caused by Ellie, she had settled with Vince. I had to admit I was more than a little hurt when she told me she couldn't tell me the amount because she'd sworn to oath not to reveal it. When I asked her if she ever found out exactly what happened and who was responsible for Owen's death, she meekly offered up, he just fell.
Whoa.
The more we talked, the more disappointed I became, especially when I remembered what she said in her eulogy. There will be a day of reckoning. This is my final promise to Owen. I won't let him down. I asked her if she and the lawyers at least tried to get back my photo and video archives from Vince. She told me Pam Fisher said the issue wasn't important enough to even bring up.
That's hilarious.
When I hung up the phone, I called Marcy. She just heard the news through her media contacts that Martha settled for $18 million. The next morning, I read Martha's comments about the Harts in the paper. These people worked against me. I removed myself and my children from the family. I carry the last name, but I'm not related to them anymore. People need to know that Owen was a white sheep and a black family. After that, she called me again. I told her point blank that I felt she completely used me, and I didn't appreciate the way she painted us all with the same brush. I couldn't see why Martha would hurt my whole family. While she'd been quick to praise me, she was quite venomous to my mother, who stood by her throughout all the family struggles. It didn't seem to matter to Martha that Owen was my mother's son. When Martha started to cry, I forgave her, because I knew she felt she had no choice but to settle after Ellie had derailed the case. But what she had said was not about the money ended up being about the money.
Huh.
Just before Christmas, I was called to testify in a court proceeding on Smith's behalf. Over the years, he fathered an unknown number of kids by different mothers, none of whom he took responsibility for, but he wanted custody of Chad, whose mother had died, and whom he was lying on Stu and Helen to raise. They were getting it on in years, and after 12 kids of their own and 40-something grandchildren, they were burnt out. My conscience told me it was more important to be a good uncle than a good brother, and sadly, I couldn't endorse Smith as a responsible father. Smith took this as an unforgivable betrayal, so now I had one more estranged sibling out to get me. Christmas that year is probably the worst one of my mother ever lived through. Everyone seemed hell-bent on making my alien parents sorry to who have ever had 12 kids. Bruce had his problems. Davey, who was still with Andrea, managed to score more headlines when he supposedly made death threats to Diana. I, of course, had serious heat with Ellie, Diana, Bruce, and now Smith. Ellie saw fit to blame the meltdown in the family on me, telling the media that she believed it was more important for me to make life unpleasant for Vince McMahon than to be loyal to them. Then Carlo called to give me the big news that he had personally structured a WWF takeover of WCW. He laughed at how Vince got the organization, including the entire film library of not only WCW, but the NWA, for just $500,000. I didn't let on to Carlo how much it bothered me that Vince now owned every inch of footage of my career, with the exception of Stampede Wrestling. But the wrestling war that broke out in 1984 was finally over, and for all intents and purposes, Vince now monopolized the business. Well, I think it's a good way to end this. Well,
it's funny that he's glad Vince doesn't own much or any of the Stampede stuff, because I'm pretty certain one of the two documentaries that Brett gets in WWE, he has single ones. The Hart family has one themselves, but for one of them, I'm pretty sure Vince gets the rights to Stampede Wrestling. Because that was around the time when they did that to the AWA, WCCW. I'm pretty sure Vince owns the tape library.
Yep. It was brought out by Vince McMahon.
Yep.
WWE currently controls the Stampede's extensive tape library. In December of 2015, the WWE Network began adding Stampede Wrestling shows to its Vaults section. However, it was all removed a few days later after Bret Hart proved that he owned the rights to the footage of his matches.
Oh.
Hey, look at that.
Maybe that was it too. Maybe for doing that first documentary, Vince gave him the rights to his stuff. He was still angry with him. That sounds right too. Wow, Brett, you own your matches. Congrats.
So, speaking of wrestling DVDs,
yeah,
they did make an Owen Hart DVD. If you
yes,
recall.
they did. Yep.
Let's see what Bret Hart has to think of the Owen Hart DVD. As we close this out, this is an interview that happened 20 years later, the year of our Lord 2020.
Okay.
As we finally put an end to this long podcast. This was a lot longer than the first part, but I think it was well deserved. A lot of details earned from the Hart family. And I now leave you with Bret Hart.
Another DVD release that WWE is going to be coming out with shortly is on your late brother, Owen Hart. Is that project all complete now? Have you sat down with them and done interviews for the project? What can you tell us about it?
I'm looking forward to it, but I'm not really optimistic that it's going to be a great job. Martha handcuffed them so much, Martha, the widow of Owen, that really... I don't know if they're even allowed to use any pictures from the past. It was very... it's a poorly done DVD because of all the restraints and the limitations that Martha put on it. And to me, that's such a lousy thing to have happen. That Martha... I think Owen would turn in his grave if he knew how much trouble Martha's gone to erase his career and to make sure that nobody enjoys anything about his career today. It's a bitterness and a selfishness that I can't stand by anymore. I think Martha's taken the wrong approach, and she should understand that, you know, we all miss Owen. We lost I lost a brother, and I lost a great friend, and maybe one of my closest people that I knew on this earth. And I want to celebrate his career. I want to watch his matches back, not just with me, but with everybody he worked with. And his time with WWE, they got so much footage and so many great memories with Owen. And here she is standing in the way of that and saying nobody can see these videos, no one should see anything that's, you know, it brings back any of his career.
So WWE footage, they can't use his matches in the WWE?
They can do select things, but they couldn't use any pictures from his childhood. They couldn't use any pictures. They couldn't use anything from Stampede Wrestling. They had so many restraints. Even the interviews, the questions that they did with me were so bullshit. And the whole thing was so bullshit that, sure, there's an Owen Hart DVD, but it's the shits. You know, it's not the real DVD. It's not like the best there is, best there was, the best there ever will be DVD that I did. That
was a good one.
Captured so many of my great matches, or as many as I could.
Just had to put that
and I had a hands-on sort of involvement in it, and it was a great project. And I was, at that time, it was a big door to be opened. I was so glad to bring my career back and let people see what I was so proud of and what I fought for that day in, say, Montreal, and what I lost.
Oh,
and
my
so
God.
when they allowed me to do that DVD, I wanted to be the best DVD that there ever was. And I think Owen's DVD, I think WWE maybe had good intentions, but I'm not very impressed with the quality that it's going to be. I haven't seen it. I'm optimistic. No, I'm not optimistic, but I'm hoping that it'll be better than I think. But I could tell by the questions that they asked me and the interview that they did with me that it was a very short version of, and a very carefully worded questions with bullshit answers. And I'm not really gonna hold out hope that it's gonna be as great as it should be. And I feel bad because that's Martha's fault.
Do you know if there was ever, it was reached out, the idea of we're going to sell this DVD, we're going to donate proceeds to the Owen Hart Foundation, anything like that? Because I think many people are sympathetic to Martha losing her husband here, and there is certainly a fan base that wants to see this.
I don't think that was ever an issue. I'm sure that the royalties would go to Martha anyway, but she wouldn't have any part of it, of anything. It's funny, Martha got the $18 million settlement and has now gone to school in Oxford, England, or somewhere, and got a degree in psychology. But she should analyze her own self and ask herself why she's so cold-hearted and selfish to want to lock up all the great memories that my brother Owen has that are locked up in warehouses and studios in WWE in Connecticut that they're not allowed to use, or they're not using because they're trying to respect her wishes, which is absolute bullshit.
A lot of bullshit, according to Brett.
A lot of bullshit. But any final thoughts before I wrap this up, Logan?
Do you think that Brett turned on Martha because he went back to WWE?
No, I think if I had to put money on it, I think he turned on her when she didn't give him the rights to his footage.
Oh.
He heard that she didn't even try and it was not important, and then the whole thing switched. That's at least my conspiracy theory on it. There's obviously some animosity. I can't pronounce that word.
Animosity.
Yeah, it's late. I just read like 10,000 words between Martha and the rest of the family. That I think Brett's just trying to get any salvation from who's ever left. That's not named Martha. So I think because Brett loves wrestling so much.
Yep.
I think it upsets him that Owen's career can't be celebrated in the way he thinks it should be. I think that's the root cause of it. I can somewhat agree with him. I can sympathize with him on that point. But he's very obviously
we know
conceited.
was he happy with the Owen Hart tournaments in AEW?
I'm sure we can find out. I'm sure he probably was because he got Owen's name.
Yep. And then his buddies FTR got to fight in it, and
let me see.
I don't remember hearing a whole lot about it.
Me either. I don't think he made a. Here, Bret Hart speaks his mind about AEW honor his brother Owen from Sportskeeda Wrestling.
Okay.
Let's see what they have to say. We're going rogue here. I did not see any of this.
Tell us what about Natalia, your niece. What do you think? AEW is doing this Owen Hart tournament. Feeling was seeing that.
I was happy to see Owen remembered in any way.
Yeah. And do you feel it was? Did you get a rush when you saw the presentations?
It was very nice.
Yeah. If you could write a book about Owen, what would the title be?
Oh wow! I'm gonna put him on the spot there. Give some time to answer the questions.
Brotherhood.
Brad, who's your favorite actor of all time?
Okay, though. So he was just happy. He was happy that.
I just find this guy's just annoying the fuck out of Bret Hart as some like autograph signing. Who's your favorite actor? What's your favorite Robert De Niro movie? He asked him what's in Bret Hart's. Can we figure out what's in Bret Hart's refrigerator? We gotta figure this out. We gotta see this.
Currently, open your refrigerator at home. What do they find?
Eggs.
What's that?
Eggs.
Eggs. What else?
Everything else.
That's
is
it?
Milk and butter.
All right. Best vacation you've ever had.
Eggs, milk, butter, everything else.
Yeah, so he was happy his name got to be used, but
yeah.
I thought there'd be stronger comments, whether it be about Martha or AEW, but Brett for once didn't fly off the handle.
It's about time. But I think this is probably a good place to put this to bed here. There's a quick shout out to the Internet Archive website, archive.org, is where we're able to get copies of Under the Mat by Diana Hart Smith, Broken Hearts, Life and Death of Owen Hart by Martha Hart, and Straight from the Heart by Bruce Hart, along with all the video clips I played. TSN, I believe, if we're off the record. John Pollock with the interview on Brad in this last one. And then I believe that's all the sources I had.
Yeah.
just wanted to give a shout out to all of them. And again, like I said, those are free resources for you to have to read. Also, go support your public library as well. I'm sure they're there. And read the book front to back. It's definitely worth read the listen if you can find an audio book of it. And I hope you guys enjoyed this more than the last one. I do not want to be on vacation reading hate comments. Please keep them to yourself. You know who you are. But with that, that's Over the Edge 1999, 25 years later.